Hello, hello. Oh, this is gonna be a fun stream. I'll tell you exactly what we're doing just as soon as I'm convinced we're to the YouTube. There we go. Okay, we're on YouTube. Let's see if we can confirm we're on Twitch, and then I'll do my little introduction spiel. Let's see. Okay. As far as I can tell, we're on Twitch. I'm gonna need the URL to confirm that, but alright, we're good to get started. There's kind of like a empty spot on the left side of the screen there. Don't worry about that. That's where the game is gonna go. I'm the Sneaky Dragon, and we're casting the League Legends League, the LLL. Wait, Little Legends League. There we go. This is the invitational tournament where you have to top multiple tournaments in order to qualify. The best players of non-meta Pokemon Pocket will be competing for the number one spot this season. Like, if I were to tell you about the three main tournaments, right, it would be what? The Froggy X, the Ursi Day, the PLL tournaments, maybe also the Spraggles Hooligandia, run by the PLL group, one of the folks running the main tournaments. The Little Legends League is like the PLL, but for off meta. Like, they'll have various rule sets, like no EX cards, no EX basics. They'll try various ban lists to just keep it fun and interesting. And this tournament is the epitome, the meta tournament, the tournament of tournaments, where only the best compete. I'm actually joined today by one of the hosts of the PLL. This is Travidium, aka Travi.
Hi, my name is Trivinium. I am one of the owners of PLL and Little Legends League, and I'm excited to see what the competition we got for today is like, what kind of decks are going to shake up, and how people cracked this meta. I do want to start this off with a question. Which format are you most excited for, Dragon?
Alright, so I think games one and two, no EX cards and no EX basics. Those are my top picks. Because I was looking at the ban list, and Giratina's not banned. Arceus is not banned. We were talking about this earlier. I know you were saying that some of their partners were banned. So there's no Darkrai, there's no Mewtwo. That should nerf Giratina. But I feel like a lot of Arceus's partners are still online. So I'm a little bit. I don't know. I'm thinking that the ban list might still be a little bit meta.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Um, we've been trying to work it out behind the scenes, and we kind of put together this band list before um Shining Reveille came out. So we had to make some last minute decisions for extra bands, and we kind of didn't shut off some of the Arceus cards. But I think the format will still be healthier than just seeing the same deck over and over again.
Yeah, that makes sense. And it'll give us a chance to see cards like Arceus and Giratina played in ways that aren't completely broken. So that'll be exciting too.
Yeah, I agree.
All right,
We're
that
just waiting on round the round one contestants to start streaming their games. And so while we're waiting, I got another question. What are you most excited for next set?
oh. I- Mimikyu. 100% Mimikyu. Like I heard Ravens was also psyched about this. I am a big Mimikyu fan. It's one of my favorite Pokemon. I don't care if it's complete trash. I am going to play Mimikyu and get to Masters next season with with Mimikyu. Like this season, I did Masters without Giratina. I'm free to play, so I never got
You have a
Giratina in time.
stronger will than me. You have a stronger will than me. I didn't even get to Master Ball this season, bro. Oh, I went crazy.
It's a tough grind. Like Masters is really challenging. Uh,
It's
and
not even it's not even like it's hard. it's like you have to play 700 games
Yeah.
at like 10 per win, 7 lost per loss, and you just um pull a 16-hour a day, and I just don't want to do that.
I don't know if you have to pull a 16-hour day, but definitely I think it took me somewhere between 5 and 600 wins. Though to be fair, a large part of that was because I was playing without red because I
Mm,
didn't have any of the new cards yet. So those games don't quite count. Those games don't quite count. My win
that's
rate
fair.
got incredibly higher once I finally pulled red.
That is fair.
But yeah, you've got to play like I think a minimum of 400 games if you want to get to masters. And like you really kind of need the latest cards. You're not if you don't have the latest like meta changing supporter card, it's going to be really hard. I think red was crucial because it had that extra 20 damage that you just kind of needed to finish off Giratina, finish off Darkrai, finish off that caped Masquerada or Gyarados or whatever it was. So but it's a grind, you know. I definitely there were times when I spent like I don't know, like 5 hours straight just playing Pocket. Like,
Mm. I when ranked first came out, I spent 48 hours straight, and once I got into Ultra Ball, since it was like the first or second day of ranked,
mm-hmm.
I just got the super sweats that bought everything, and I I just kind of died off after that, and I just wanted to sleep at that point because I was playing for 48 hours straight. So burnout is a real thing, my friends.
Yeah, no, I don't recommend playing for 24 hours straight. That's intense, but I would recommend like Easy does it. Like I would play for like, like maybe an hour at a time, just like, all right, I'm done for today. I got a few more points. We'll do more tomorrow or in a few days if I feel like it. Like that. I think slow and steady is the way to get to Master Ball.
True. Speaking of broken meta changing cards, I'm I'm thinking the new Lily that's coming out here soon is gonna be pretty broken, especially with the rare candy support.
I don't know about Lily. I feel like, if you're talking about a stage two, hmm. Yeah, it's tough, right? Like, because it's better than Erica, and that worries me a
Mhm.
little bit because I feel like Grass is going to lose its healing edge again. But if you've got a stage two Charizard out, do you need to heal it? Sometimes,
Uh,
but
Sometimes, yeah. I mean, like, I I'm thinking more along the lines of like, um, we were talking before stream, but Gengar, um, stage 2 doesn't get one shot by Giratina, so it can heal like most of that damage off and finish off a Giratina. So I can see the capabilities of Lily in that deck.
oh, hold on a second. It looks like the first game is starting. I'm not sure who the opponents are, but we're gonna jump in. Let's jump into streaming channel one, and I'll try to put that on the screen. And to answer your question, Yojo01, where's the deck? We don't know what the deck is yet. I can put it on the screen once we do. But in the meantime, also Travi, try saying something. I want to make sure we're still capturing you now that we're in streaming one.
Hello, hello.
Perfect. Okay, it's still picking up. And we're gonna just
All
do
right,
this real quick.
all right.
Oh, they're just starting. All right, perfect timing. The coin was just flipped. Let me see if I can get that on the screen. Just give me 1 second. Do. Yeah, there we
We
go.
are doing hand hiders instead of delays today.
Yes. Okay. Get this
A
flipped.
Dratini versus a Magnemite. I'm. I will be honest. I'm not I wasn't expecting Dragonite in no EX at this point in the game.
Yeah, it's a little
It's not.
early, right?
Well, the Dragonite. Well, it's a little late for Dragonite. Dragonite was kind of unplayable in set 1 format. So I would
Wait a
like to
minute.
see how this deck performs in this format.
Hold on a sec. I'm realizing Neojo's the opponent, but also the person in Twitch. I'm just making sure they're not, you know, you can't watch the stream if you're playing. I want to be clear about that. Let me just make sure. Oh right, this isn't my Twitch. I don't have the ability to check if they're still watching.
Yeah, I can check. That's fine.
Yeah, Travi's PLL, so they have access to the stream. Just make sure that they're not still watching.
Yeah.
All right, so
No, we're good.
We're good. All right. Yep. We're just making sure. I didn't think anybody would do that, but you know, we just gotta check. Gotta keep it ethical. I'll put the decks they're playing up on the stream. While I'm doing that, Travi, if you want to take over the commentary for a second.
Yeah, we're seeing Magnezone versus a Regirock in the active here. 4 energy onto that Magneton. The Regirock taking less damage because of its ability. His opponent does evolve into that Dragonite and uses an Iono to disrupt the hand, thinking that his opponent has a Magnezone in hand. Rocky Helmet for the Regirock player, just passing. The Dragonite player's just looking for that water energy, and he has it and ready to go. And the Magnezone player just drew 2 cards with Research. Research drew into a Pokeball, which drew into a Skarmory, charging onto the Magneton. Ooh. Somebody has their notifications on. Magnezone, thinking about it. His opponent only has 1 card in hand, so it's looking really good for him. He does play the Magnezone onto that Magneton, thinking about other things, maybe charging up another Magnemite, but just takes out the Regirock and waits.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't look like I can put the decks on the stream. We'll try to do that between games, but we still have this problem where I'm trying something new, but even with it popped out, Discord will still obliterate the feed every time I alt tab. So we'll put the decks on the stream before game 2, I think.
Okay, that sounds good. Drew has a Sabrina in hand to bring in that Dragonite to deal early damage to it before it starts swinging that massive damage around. Thinking about putting a helmet onto that Magnezone, decides to do it for that little bit of extra damage, and he's hoping that both of his Skarmories, well, at least one Skarmory lives, which it's guaranteed? Yeah. But if the Magnezone doesn't go down here, it just finishes off this Dragonite, which it doesn't go down, and this is looking like a good game 1 win. Very quick game 1 win for Toby here.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta think that Skarmory Magneton, that's, you know, that's a deck we see in Master Ball. That's a deck we see in Ultra Ball. That's one of the top decks right now. So, in a no EX format, I can only imagine it would be even better. They're definitely not quite going with the theme of no meta, but they are probably playing the best deck for this format.
Yeah, no EX for our first game is always interesting because there will always be like really good no EX cards. So unless we do like no EX bans, it'll be kind of whatever the best no EX deck is for the format.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you know,
But
you're always gonna get strong cards. The only thing you can do is ban all of the strong cards, and then we'll get a new meta from that.
true.
We see the
Capes.
Regirock stalling a little bit here. I wonder, because you can't retreat that thing. It's I don't know. I don't know how Ryojo's gonna survive this.
Yeah, he would need to put an energy on it and then have a leaf, but that seems way too slow to me. Because he also needs to draw his full Dragonite line and put 4 energy onto Dragonite. Yeah, he just concedes it out. He just wants to go to game 2.
Alright. While they're figuring that out, let me grab the decks for game 2 and put them on the screen. Just give me 1 second to do that. Oh, everyone pasted their decks in a different format. That doesn't mess up my formatting at all. I'll squish it a little. There we go. There we go. I'll just squish it into the format. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna get this on the screen for everybody so that you can see what decks they're gonna use. Just gonna save this real quick. There we go. That should automatically update it if I've done everything right. And now, voila! Yeah, it worked. Okay, these are the 2 decks that we're gonna see. The top one being Yojo and the bottom one being Toby.
Yep, now it's no basic EX format.
Wait, is the game 2 ban list?
No, is wait.
The rule said ban list.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. It is ban list, yes.
I made the infographic, so I was pretty sure, because I was staring at this a couple hours ago.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Alright, so it looks like that Ryojo is going with an Arceus Carnivine deck, with Farfetch'd, kinda neat. This is another deck that we've actually seen do well in ranked, so, you know, for an off-meta tournament, we're seeing a little bit of meta decks, and then we're seeing something actually very similar in Toby's deck. This is the Glade Hitmonlee Marshadow deck that is very common as sort of an anti-energy deck in ranked. So these are 2 more meta decks. That is true.
Yeah. I don't know if I would call them meta. I would call them rogue decks because like they're built to beat meta decks. But they in like a lot of matchups they're not the greatest in the format, so but yeah, it is kind of scary. Like I said, we did think of this ban list before Shining Revelry or Ranked even came out, so we didn't even know the meta at that point. So it kind of screwed us all up because Shining Revelry was a surprise set. Anyways, he Pokeballs and decides to do nothing with it. Draws a card for turn, uses it. It's an Iono. Wants to disrupt that hand because he didn't play any basics off of his Pokeball. Toby got a Kickley and another Ralts. Might be thinking about calming it away, but wants to wait for a turn. Wants to use that research and maybe see some other cards beforehand.
Remember, we don't know they have research.
Oh, you're right. My fault. I'm so used to being able to see everybody's hand.
Psychic Pokemon. Today we're dark types. Dark types. Ooh, that's a really nice
Carnivine getting
start.
in for big damage because he has that Arceus already. We draw a card that everybody could see. Use that card to play a Marshadow and decides to start charging up the Marshadow.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to at this point. You really don't want to go Gallade too early in, and it's, at least a few turns off with evolutions. So Marshadow's kind of the only option. Hopefully take out that Carnivine and survive long enough to get Gallade online.
Yeah, it is looking very spooky here, Toby, game 2. You really want that Gallade kind of early in this matchup.
It's one of the things about having a Stage 2 Pokemon pre-Rare Candy Era, which is coming up next. Very excited for that. If you brick on your Stage 2, which is going to happen most games, I mean, to get on curve Stage 2 is crazy lucky. You're going to be in a situation where you have to fight for a little while without it, and this is the worst opponent for that. Carnivine Skarmory decks with that early 50 damage, they're just terrifying for any deck that wants to build up.
Yeah, most definitely. Does take out that Carnivine. Probably just gonna bring out the other one, deal a little bit more damage to this Marshadow. And he has like, let me count the cards. 4, 8, 9 cards in hand. He has an entire grip. He does play a Farfetch'd, which I haven't seen Farfetch'd on ladder. I don't know about you.
I've seen a few here and there. Farfetch'd is definitely a weaker card now that the game has evolved. I mean, the whole point of Farfetch'd was, hey, I'm a basic Pokemon and I can do 40 damage. But we've got Skarmory that can do 50 damage. We've got Carnivine that can do 50 damage. It's a weaker Skarmory Carnivine. So I feel like Farfetch'd has sort of been replaced. And we're seeing it here because I guess they wanted like a third Carnivine, right? So Farfetch'd is kind of a good option for that.
Yeah, that's fair enough. We do see the Gallade here, but Gallade kind of does nothing until that Arceus comes out, so we're just going to attack with that Marshadow and hope that our opponent cannot disrupt us in any way. With 10 cards in hand, does use an X speed to switch out into that Arceus. I'm gonna deal a load of damage to this Marshadow here, knocking it out. It is looking
I don't
kind
know
of...
if they can do that. I don't think they can do that. Because...
Well, yeah, well, they don't know the hand, we do.
What? No, I'm not talking about the hand, just math. I think Arceus is just flat dead on the field.
70, 90, that's 130 on board.
Yeah, but plus, right?
Oh, you're right, yeah, yep.
It's-
Arceus is just dead on the field.
Yeah, the weaknesses we forget sometimes, but
Yeah, I just forgot about weakness.
and that's two in a row. Toby takes it.
Yeah, Toby takes it pretty convincingly too. Every time I've seen Toby play in tournaments, he's always like really, really good.
Mhm.
So I expect nothing less from him. He's always a great player, but the kind of sad part about this is he 2-0'd him, and he 2-0'd him quick. So we don't have anybody else to pull up right now.
What? But this is the Invitationals, isn't everybody streaming?
Everybody should be streaming, but it's not seeming to be the case right now.
Well, hey, Big Boy Snap, how are you? GG's Toby, he is my child.
He's my child. That's insane.
This being the internet, I never know whether to take that literally or. Okay, so if nobody else is streaming, I could play a game of ranked. I really don't want to play a game of ranked. Here's the thing, I have not touched ranked since I got to Master Ball, because I don't want to mess it up. I don't want to mess it up, you know. I want that badge. I want that purple badge. And some folks are like gambling on they're going for the top 10K, you know. But I'm like, well, that's 200 points. I don't actually more, right? 'Cause it's 1450.
Oh
Wow.
wow.
Yeah, no, it must be like 250 points now. Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
I'd have to go like on a 25 win streak. Mm-mm. My best was like, I don't know, 14 or something in Ultra Bowl 4. Yeah,
Wow.
I don't know. I don't know if I want to risk that.
Yeah, I would just chill in Master Ball.
Yeah.
If I had it.
Let's see if we can get somebody else to stream some games, or maybe Toby will fight me. Let me see if Toby wants to do like an exhibition match.
Yeah, while we wait.
Hold on. Let me just hit him up real quick. How do I do this? Message. There we go. Hey. Actually, nah, no, they're in the middle of a tournament. I don't want to bother them. Yeah, no, I don't want to bother them.
I'm putting a message out there
Oh, yo,
so that we can
Deathstrike,
get my
congrats on hitting Master Ball.
dope. Yeah, I'm just putting a message out there.
Okay. Yeah, so we're looking to see if there's someone else we can follow, because that round ended very quickly, and other players are still playing. We're gonna see if we can grab somebody to show to everyone. The way this tournament is gonna work, yeah, is there's gonna be 6 rounds. That'll be round robin, and from those 6 rounds, the top 8 players, which is about half the bracket, will be competing in elimination bracket. So basically, this is kind of funny. You really only need a 50% win rate, I'm thinking, in this round robin to qualify for top 8, right?
Yeah, about yeah.
So
Yeah, about
no one's eliminated yet. We're just kind of getting a taste for what we're gonna see in the elimination bracket. I am gonna root for the people who aren't playing meta, because I feel like the point of the LLL is you play off meta. So I'm not gonna root for these Carnivine decks, the Skarmory decks. Now I want the Dragonites of the world to win.
I mean, I have a feeling that we will see a decent amount of Skarmory, but I don't know about Carnivine Arceus. I haven't looked at all the deck lists, but there will definitely be a couple there. I
Yeah.
think I think I want to see one of the off meta Arceus picks wins, like an Arceus Crobat
Ooh.
or an Arceus Heat Ran,
Mm-hmm.
because you don't see that win very often. Like obviously you see Arceus Carnivine, but you don't really see an Arceus Crobat. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, that's true. I'm gonna go ahead and put some of the decks on screen to show the decks of the various competitors. Let's see. Do this. Just a little bit of button clicking. And make that a little bigger. All right, so we're going to show the no EX decks. So these are the decks that people can play in round 1 of their best of 3. The no EX cards allowed. So we're seeing that Dazai is playing Skarmory Magnezone deck, this is one of the best decks. I bet we're gonna see a few people play this. Let's see what Jules is here is playing. Ooh, I like what they're doing. I very much like what they're doing.
Yeah.
We see Jules is here is going for the Ninetales Blaine deck. I really like these.
Yeah, that's very cool. I love that.
All right,
New
Ishan, what are they up to?
new Rapidash too.
Absolutely everyone is doing this in a different format. All right, I'm gonna have to stretch this one a little, make it fit on the screen. So we see a Barry Snorlax deck with Greninja coming up from Ishan. This is my favorite so far out of all the Nani
That
X
is
decks.
pretty. Yeah, that is pretty sick. I love that. I like how versatile it seems because you just put the Snorlax in front, let it tank a bit, and then just chip away with Greninja, and you got that Cyrus to bring up anything that it damages, and it looks really cool to me.
And it's running water energy for Irida too, so Greninja can also attack. It's so cool. This is the kind of deck that I would love to see more of. The Ishan is kind of my favorite to win right now.
Yeah.
All right. Pish is running another Skarmory Magnezone deck. That's probably going to be the most common deck in the Nani X format.
Ooh, the next deck is kind of like extremely interesting.
Storm's deck. Yeah, this is Snorlax with Rampardos.
And a cheeky little Marshadow.
Yeah, and a cheeky little Marshadow. Does this work? I feel like, Snorlax Greninja had some synergy, but this one has some
Oh,
straight
we
up.
got somebody at table 6.
Ooh, all right. We'll check out more of these decks later. For right now, we've got a game.
All
Um,
right.
Hold on a sec. We need them to be deafened.
Yeah, yeah. Let me do that real quick. Oh, you did that.
I didn't. They must have done it.
Oh, they must have did it themselves. Okay. All right.
Do you know which game this is? While I'm putting it on the
Well,
screen.
it's showing the No EX deck, but there's no way they haven't started yet, right?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
Who knows?
Nudge that over a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Maybe there's something up with the game. I'm not
Yeah,
sure. This
or
is Froggy X Gui GG's? Gui GG's? I'm not sure how to pronounce
yeah, probably that's probably close enough.
it.
I
it
like I have no clue how to pronounce their name. Guigs, maybe.
I'm just thinking like, is it like Mandarin Gui, like expensive, and then GG's? That I don't know. We'll have to ask them.
Yeah, we will. I'm guessing. I guess they're just playing game 1.
All right, we got a little bit of a late round start, but that's fine. Then we get to watch their games from the beginning. This is still the first round, right? Or is this the second round? Did the second round start before we noticed?
Um, no round. Wait, yeah, it's round 2.
I knew it. All right. That makes a lot more sense. All right, so we're,
Yeah,
we're in
it's
round two, and we're going to be spectating GGGs, which is, I'm going to refer to them as that until I learn the correct pronunciation. Someone in chat can let me know.
we got Skirmy versus the Magnemite. Same matchup as last time, I think. Right? Was it also Skirmy versus the Magnemite?
I think we had like a Regigigas last time in round one,
Oh
so
yeah, yeah, yeah. We had a Reggie Rock.
Reggie
Yeah.
Rock. Yes, that is the correct Reggie, not Gigas. I like Gigas, but it's not very playable.
Yeah, sadly. X speed on the Magnemite to switch out into the Skarmory. He places that energy, places that helmet, dealing that 50 damage very early to this opposing Skarmory. Which art do you like better on these Skarmories?
Honestly, neither of these are my favorite. I it's a hot take, but
That's fair.
I think Skarmory is a really cool Pokemon. But like, the top one, right, the promo card, it's a little
Hmm.
more kind of like raw, a little more like I don't know, free, artistic. But as a
Yeah, it's
result, we
got
don't really
aura.
see that the sharpness of Skarmory. And the second one's a
Yeah, that's
little
true.
little dimmer, it's like in a cave, like sand lighting. But for the same reason, we don't see the shine. I really want to see like the steel. I want to see a metal bird.
Yeah, like how the old games used to do it where they put like a twinkle star at the tip of the wing. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Um anyways, Magneton for Guigs here and uses the charge, attaches the metal energy, really wants to get that Magneton online as soon as possible, finishing off his opponent's Skarmory. Going Getting first attack with in this matchup seems really insane
I mean, it's a
because
mirror, right?
now, yeah, yeah, in the mirror match it seems really insane because now he gets a free 20 damage with this Skarmory's Rocky helmet.
I mean, like in any mirror match, the first person to do something
That's
wins.
a concede. I mean, I I don't know because like you see like Giratina Darkrai versus Giratina Darkrai.
Hmm.
Sure, the first one to charge Giratina is okay, like doing okay, but if they don't find the Darkrai, they just kind of lose.
Hmm.
Now we're taking a look at no meta decks or ban list
Ban
format.
list. Yeah.
Yeah,
Some meta cards snuck through, so I've been calling it ban list.
yeah, I get you.
It's interesting now we can see what everyone's ranked and ranked, and one of them
Yeah,
is
I love
Great
that.
Ball 3, but this is one of the best off meta players in the world, and they just don't care about ranked. I guess
Yeah,
because
just
it's too
focus on
meta.
tournaments, make your money.
Yeah. I mean, I can't disagree with that.
We got a Mike Tyson here. He's gonna punch this cat out.
Yeah, this is not something you want to see as a Sprigatito deck. You don't want to be fighting something that's non-EX. And I guess they were
True.
thinking, all right, it's banless, but EX Pokemon are allowed. This is the only one EX Pokemon are allowed. I bet my opponents will use EX Pokemon. But this one was like, no, no, I'm not doing that.
Nah. Nah, he decided he wanted to play Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Um
Is Rampardos on the ban list?
I don't think so. Maybe? Wait. Let me check the list real quick. I it shouldn't be.
I mean, it's super meta. I would have thought it would be.
Um oh, it is. Yeah, it is on the ban list.
All right, so this
Yep.
fighting deck does not have Rampardos. They're running Aerodactyl EX instead. I kind of like that.
Yeah, I like the little inclusions. Um I'm actually surprised Lucario made it through because it seems like the next best thing after everything else gets banned.
Well, Lucario isn't that bad by itself. It was actually Lucario decks were struggling for a long time until
Hmm.
that very first. I think it was in one of the Ursi tournaments where two people ran Rampardos decks and ended up both in the finals, and everyone was like, "Wow,
Mm.
Rampardos is amazing," and that sort of led to Lucario being run because you need something to run with Rampardos. But really, Lucario, like just with Hitmonchan, was I ran that for a while. It's a good deck. It's a fun deck. It's not a game breaking deck.
Yeah, that is fair. We are looking at that cat being punched out, going to the Shadow Realm. Um, and he's probably just gonna bring up a Kakuna and evolve it into a bee.
I feel so bad for that cat now. I'm imagining a little Sprigatito in the Shadow Realm.
Unlucky. Yeah, he had the worst situation. So sad. I actually attached the energy to the evolved I don't know, the medium form of
I think it's Floragato. Floragato. So it's Flower Cat.
oh. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Does get the paralyze off though on the Kakuna, onto the Hitmonchan. So he can't do anything this turn.
Yeah, I mean,
Unless he has a Pokemon Center Lady or Lumberry or what have you in this deck.
yep. Ooh, Meowscarada.
Meowscarada coming down.
That's going to be really big for dealing with the Aerodactyl. What is Aerodactyl weak to? Is it electric or grass?
Electric.
Okay. So then Aerodactyl can survive unless we see red.
That is true. I think the scarier part is getting uh paralyzed stalled until your opponent gets a Beedrill. I think that's a little bit scarier to me. Because Beedrill can just kind of stall them out even worse, in a sense.
Well, actually, Beedrill can't stall out a fighting deck because you usually have enough energy and low energy costs that by the time Beedrill gets out, you can just replace, replace, replace. I think there's already enough energy on the board that Beedrill won't be able to stall anything because I'm thinking Hitmonchan gets KO'd, right? Marshadow comes
Hmm.
in. You knock an energy off Marshadow, but it's also dead, so who cares? Aerodactyl comes in. You put your energy on the Aerodactyl. So I think Beedrill wouldn't really be able to stall at this point in the game.
Yeah, it's been too long. That is for sure. It has been too long, but it still does, what, 90? Right? For Beedrill?
80 damage.
80. Okay, yeah, yeah. So that's still good damage. I mean, I would have liked to keep this Meowscarada on the bench for as long as possible, but I'm guessing he didn't draw the Beedrill. Does have a Sabrina. That makes things awkward for him.
I think the only reason I would play Sabrina here is if I had Cyrus in my hand. Because I'm thinking, KO this with Marshadow comes in, take out Marshadow, then Aerodactyl's coming in. You still gotta get rid of Aerodactyl. So, you know, unless they really wanted to stop the Lucario, unless there was maybe some numbers game they were afraid of.
It's either that or they just have a second Sabrina at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that's a rough
Yeah,
that's a rough draw.
the timing there.
He is using the ball to pick up a Hitmonchan. Sifting through the hands, seeing if he has any better plays. That that damage, that 100 damage on this Meowscarada is kind of spooky here for Winter Sun.
Yeah, I think I kind of agree with you that I don't know about bringing the Masquerada, but I'm guessing that their situation was they just didn't have Beedrill.
Hmm.
Like it must be at the bottom of the deck. They just someone's clicking on the deck to show us they only have two cards left, but we're still not seeing Beedrill. There's no reason not to evolve here unless like I mean, are you really 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 desperate for a stall play? I feel like I don't know. Maybe you are, because Masquerada can't one-shot Marshadow, right?
Yeah, it's looking pretty dire. You want to You probably could have hoped that the Kakuna could stall for one more turn, and who knows, um, uh, that Hitmonchan would have been at 20 HP. So if it could have stalled for one more turn, it would have uh knocked out the Hitmonchan.
Mm-hmm.
But um, went for the more riskier play, and it looks like it didn't pay off. I think he's roping him.
I think the little spinning dots is because they're if someone's playing on their phone and they're checking Limitless, Pokemon in
True.
Pocket will see that as them. Are they DC'd? Uh-oh.
It might have DC. Yeah.
That's not good. Uh,
I mean, in this situation, um, I think I think they realized they couldn't win anymore, and then they went to Limitless to report it as a loss. Um, and just didn't want to press the concede button for
that
some reason.
I don't know.
I, I don't know either, but um, yeah, it's on the DC player. Um, when this happens, so.
Don't worry about it. Kakuna Rattata. What a wonderful phrase. We need a deck that has legitimately Kakuna and Rattata working together. Like that. It would be such an awful
That'd
deck.
be so cool. I mean, like, if we ever get a good Raticate, like Raticate EX,
Mm-hmm.
and just have, well, I mean, we already have a half decent Kakuna,
Mm-hmm.
but we have no good Rattatas. Yep, it's showing up that he has lost because he has DC.
All right, I'm not quite sure what's going on here. Why don't we jump into another one of Toby's games?
Oh, I'm being told apparently wrong list.
Ooh. Okay. Yeah, no, that's no good.
Yeah, that's no bueno.
A little bit of rules
Um,
violation there.
yeah. Yeah, you want to hop in with Toby?
Yeah, let's take a look, because they've got to sort some stuff out. All right. Here we go.
The pick Lee against a Giratina right now. Really fighting gods out here.
We should explain that this is a game two. This is their game two. So in game two, there's a ban list. Giratina is not banned. Mewtwo is banned, Darkrai is banned, Giratina is not banned. The theory being, I was told from various owners and folks of the server that they wanted to try Giratina without its partner, see if it was still OP.
Yeah, and it turns out like only like one or two players actually brought Giratina, so this is kind of a treat we're watching.
Hey,
Well,
Watashi wa Kunji, I remember them. They were in another tournament.
oh, that's cool. It's looking horrendous here for Toby. He has doesn't have the Marshadow up. His Gallade is at least 2 turns away, or 1 turn away.
As long as they get Gallade, there is hope. Where
That
there's
is
a Gallade, there's a way.
that is fair. That is fair.
Yeah, I feel like
Thinking about
you have to put the energy on the Corellia here, because if you know, you can't let
Mhm.
Giratina smack you in the face. You know, your win condition is Gallade. That's it.
True. What's scary is after you finish off the Giratina, um, that Miss Magius will be able to attack by then. And then you have to win a confusion flip to win the game.
Yeah, it does look like it's going to come down to that. I mean, if they can summon the Glade, Giratina's going down. There's no question. That's plenty of damage. You have 4 energy? No. Wait.
Drew a Glade.
Did you see that? They were like, no. I don't want to play this Glade. I want to play that equivalent art Glade.
Yeah, he just wanted to play the one he just drew so that, you know. throw the opponent off.
Between these two Glades.
Yeah. Does use a Mars on him, putting him down to 1 card, so that makes this even more of a flip to win scenario, because now he just doesn't have any tools to disrupt.
Now this is super effective, so it will 2-shot. So short of some kind of healing item, it's a coin flip.
Yeah, unless Toby has, like, Pokemon Center Lady in the deck. Just conceding. What the heck?
I don't... Why?
Why?
What? Did that make sense to you?
No.
Me
Why
neither.
would they do that?
Maybe they had lost game 1 and they're like, forget it.
People giving up in the strongest tournament?
I know. I mean, we've seen this before. Like, I was watching a tournament like a week or something ago, and somebody conceded in like the finals or the semifinals, and everyone was like, "What? What are you doing?" I think what's going on is we're all too used to hitting the concede button. Like, I try not to do this, but you know, you watch people play ranked and someone's about to win and they're like, oh, no, concede. But that's not good for tournament.
Yeah, never concede in the tournament.
You know, never surrender, never retreat.
Yeah, your opponent could misclick.
That's true. All right. Let's see. I think everyone's about done. Or is there someone else live streaming? Let me see. Oh no, there's tons of people live streaming. All right, let's check out streaming channel 2.
Okay. Let's see the game they're on. This looks like game 2. Iono here for Ryojo. Drawing a new set of 4 cards.
We've got Toby in chat saying they were also confused about that concede, so no one understood why that happened. Wait.
Yeah. That he had no energy, and he was facing down the barrel of a Magnezone.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's more fair than last game. It's more fair than last game.
Yeah.
We are spectating Fan, or Fan V, for anyone wondering.
Yeah, I don't know if that was their last game or not, because it looked like game 2 to me.
Could you check the card channel that shows everyone's decks to see which...
Yeah, Ryojo. Oh wait, that was game 3. Never mind.
That's game 3? Okay. So we might be on the next round soon.
We got streaming 3, 5, and 8 to look at before.
Okay. Let's check on streaming number 3. Just go in order.
Okay.
Okay,
Ooh,
we're spectating
very high
Danzai.
quality. Somebody's streaming on PC.
Yeah, this is really nice. It's kind of making me feel like I should be using BlueStacks too. I mean, this is beautiful to look at.
Yeah, especially with that Arceus field.
Okay, I'm downloading BlueStacks. Settled. This is like 50 million% more beautiful than my phone. I'm intimidated.
So this is game two. Because we have a basic EX on board,
Yeah.
and it's an Arceus. We're looking at a red
Ooh.
for 140. That knocks it out.
That's a one shot. Yeah, that's one of the
That's
things about
so
Mars Shadow.
scary.
It plays so well into Arceus now that Red's released.
Yeah, I mean, Marshadow already like almost one shots Arceus, which in a one prize deck is like pretty good.
And then if you have
But
Lucario, it also one shots it. So now with Red, you have like two different ways to pull it off.
true, putting the grass energy onto the Rotom using the Ho-Ha leaf going into the Rotom because it does extra damage. Oh,
It's
he
extra
wants to.
damage.
Oh, I see. He wants to set up a Cyrus for
Mm-hmm.
the Curlia.
Yeah, you're
But it
hoping to
looks
take that
like a
out, but
Glade's just going to be dropped and finish up the game here.
yeah, that looks like GG.
Yeah, hopefully we get a game three with the quality being so good and all. I mean, that the quality's partially because we've like boosted the crap out of the server, but it's mostly because they're on PC doing this.
Yeah, seriously, like I like playing on my phone because like it's kind of like a thing with me where I don't want to be that YouTuber who has a YouTuber advantage. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So like I didn't play the game until the global launch. I wasn't one of those New Zealand people. I'm completely free to play. I might change that eventually because it's really annoying when everyone has Giratina and I don't. But for now, I'm free to play. So like I'm like
Hmm.
BlueStacks, nah. I'm just gonna play it on my phone. But it looks so good. It's like it looks as good as when you're looking at your phone, because it's beautiful on
Yeah,
your phone, and then you stream it to your computer, and it's like this pixel, pixel, pixel.
yeah. That's yeah. It's kind of rough out here sometimes. Um, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I I made sure to visit New Zealand for a month with my phone, but um, while the game wasn't out, so I've never played the game on BlueStacks, but it's it's probably better for recording and stuff.
There we go. I'm just trying to put Sableye on my hat. It's not quite working, but or on my shoulder. It's like because he sits, he'd just be kind of like perfect on my shoulder. Gotta figure out a way to rig that. There we go. I just stay exactly like this.
Game three, we got a Riolu versus a Magikarp.
Well, that is, you've got this kick butt kind of psychic dog versus dinner.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, this isn't no banlist format, so or banlist format, so they can play the Gyarados in this format.
This is ban
As
list. Okay.
no, this is no EX basics.
This is no EX basic, so they can't play Gyarados EX.
It's
Oh,
not a
it's not
basic.
basic. It's not basic. Right, right. My brain.
Drawing two here with the research, looking for something. Uh, playing a fossil from hand and a Marshadow from hand. It's looking like a good start. You kind of want to fill your bench if you're one of these non-EX decks.
Yeah,
Get everything up and running.
it really stinks if you're the Magikarp player and you start with this. This is like your worst nightmare.
Yeah, true. I mean, you could always have a turn two Magikarp into a Misty and flip 15 coins. I'm
Miss
surprised we haven't seen a single Team Rocket grunt in this format yet.
um I think we
I
did a
I
little
think it's
earlier.
the
We
most
did.
busted card in the game.
You sure? I thought we saw one. I thought we saw one.
I don't think so.
Maybe I'm misremembering.
Maybe I'm misremembering. Who knows? My memory's horrible.
But I will say this,
Actually,
Rocket Grunt is not that good.
it's bro. It's okay. We could have a debate about that later if you want,
All
but
right, all right.
we do find the Gyarados and Dazai here finds a Craniados and a Sudowoodo to throw onto the bench. Looking for the um I'm blanking. What's his last evolution?
Rampardos.
Rampardos, yes. Second Misty only gets one this time. I think he got zero last time.
Yeah.
So that's a lot better. Oh, there's the
Below
Rampardos.
average. Below average luck overall, because Misty averages one energy. So if you get 0 and 1 for two Misties, you should have two. So they got a little
Yeah.
unlucky.
I would just go into this Rampardos here, deal a crap ton of damage, and Gyarados doesn't even one shot it unless it has a red or a Geo. So that seems like the best play to me.
I would have gone in with the Sudowoodo, because my thinking is um, Rampardos can tank a hit from Gyarados and survive with 10
Mhm.
health. So I want to attack first. I don't want you attacking me first. No, but I guess I would
Yeah,
attack first, right? Because it would,
yeah, it
yeah,
would attack first because it just needs one energy to deal what 130.
yeah, yeah. You're right. I wonder why they didn't do that. That was weird.
I don't know. I guess they wanted to fully energize the Marshadow, but they could just do that when you bring up the Marshadow. Um,
And this is really
maybe
risky.
maybe they just wanted to try to put it in range of Rampardos instead of just holding the Rampardos out and maybe getting redded. But then the Marshadow would have just came out and finished the Gyarados. So I don't know their thinking there.
On top of that, if Gyarados knocks off Marshadow's energy, you wasted a turn.
True. Yeah, true.
Yeah, well, might have potentially been a little bit of a misplay. I don't know. I mean, we're not there. We don't see their hand. We don't know what they're thinking. But I agree with you. I think you were right. Retreating into Rampardos would have been the play.
Opponent gets a Manaphy and a Palkia onto the bench, so if this Gyarados retains its energy instead of stealing from itself like it does for me every single time, um that Palkia can get charged up and maybe attack. But he's going with the actual play this time, just going into that Rampardos, just dealing that crap ton of damage, looking to finish off this Gyarados here soon. Opponent does switch into that Manaphy, does use Irida, um, but his opponent wants to draw Cyrus here so that he can just finish off this Gyarados and this game.
Hey, Dwerty. Thanks. Uh, I don't know where that is, but awesome. probably should not reveal personal information on the internet. Just a heads up there. But I appreciate your digging the stream. Oh, wait, no, wait. Why did the game minimize? Let me fix that. Ah, it's because they surrendered.
It, yeah. Writing on the wall with Rampardos got Cyrus up, and it's GG's. That probably was the last one for this round. This round has gone on for like ever. So it probably was.
Let me take a look. Where are the tournament announcements? Yeah, that was round two, I think. So we should be looking at round three.
Yep. Coming up in a jiff. What are what are some cards you would want to see the most um out of this game? Like what kind of Pokemon, like what kind of abilities, what kind of trainers? Would you want?
I mean, other than Mimikyu, I mean, still Mimikyu, Mimikyu, Mimikyu. I might be slightly obsessed with Mimikyu.
That's fair.
Outside of
What
that, I like ghosts and dragons. Gee, I wonder
Mhm.
why. Um,
Oh yeah, true. Yeah. Name kind of gave it away, huh?
yeah, I mean that is kind of what I like in games, sneaky stuff and dragons. So, definitely want to see more ghost Pokemon be useful. I feel like Gengar is a fan favorite, but
Hmm.
Gengar EX was super weak. It was like stopping supporters should have been crazy. Like, imagine stopping supporters now. No Red, no Mars, no Sabrina or Cyrus. But the problem is
Yeah.
there's just a weak stage 2 EX and just so much doesn't work. And the cards that evolve it, like Ghastly's not that good, Haunter's not
Yeah.
that good. I want new Gengar.
I I will say with the rare candy coming out, the non-EX Gengar gets absolutely busted because you can rare candy into the non-EX Gengar on turn 3 and just attach one energy to him and just turn off supporter cards and deal 50 damage. So I think that will see a little bit of play, but yeah, I would like a stronger Gengar indeed. Just stronger damage would help it out a lot.
Because here's the thing, right? Right now, if you're an EX card, you need to survive 150 damage. That's the
Hmm.
that's the boundary, right? It's Giratina plus Red, or Giratina plus Darkrai, or Arceus plus Darkrai, or Arceus plus Red. You need to, or Meowscarada plus Red. You need to
Hmm.
survive. We're not even talking about Helmet. 150 damage minimum,
Yeah,
or you get one shot.
yeah, indeed. And
Gengar just doesn't quite.
yeah, it just does 100 and maybe can shut off things. Well, it shuts off things 100% of the time, but it just does 100. It can't really one shot anything. It makes it awkward, but round 3 is up now.
Ooh, all right. We got some games to check out. Um, let's see. I kind of want to follow Toby just because I feel like we've been watching Toby a bit. Ooh, where's that player who was doing the that deck we were really fond of, the Snorlax Gren deck? Who is that?
Um,
Ishan. Is
that was
Ishan playing?
oh yeah. Who would he be? Wait, is he shown in this game? Let's see.
Let me see if we could
I,
check out the matchups on Limitless.
okay, so we have okay, yeah. Yeah, let's take a look at the matchups on Limitless.
I really want to spectate that Greninja Snorlax deck. I want to see it in action. I'm very excited about that deck.
Okay. Season 2 Invitational. And Ishan is playing against Winter Sun.
Okay, I don't think either of them are streaming, so let's check out Toby.
Okay. Toby with the good old Skarmory combo. Looks like he didn't attack into his opponent's helmet. Scared of a Giovanni.
Another mirror of the Skarmory and Magnus.
Yeah. I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of this because it seems like the best for this format, even though we have a lot of other things like fighting that could be pretty good. And we see fighting in one prize that is really good in other decks people brought for like the other formats. So I'm surprised we haven't seen much fighting in this format.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, Toby got the Giovanni off to finish off his opponent's Skarmory.
That's gonna be a big advantage.
His opponent has a cape for his Magneton. Let's see if he has a zone here. A zone would be very interesting.
By the way, the opponent is Guiji's.
Oh, so who's also in the Discord right now streaming.
Yeah, I'm a member of the X-Frog community.
Yes. Yes, EX Frog always. Well, I'm pretty sure they had an incident, but we won't talk about that. Switching out into the zone to just finish off the Magneton in the active from his opponent. He didn't have the zone. Toby did have the zone, so he just wins.
Yeah, I mean, mirrors, they're very shiny, very reflective, very showing you stuff you've already seen. I want someone grab Ishan and get them to stream. If they're in the top, if they make top cut, they have to stream, right? Right?
Yeah, they have to, 100%.
All right, I hope they make top cut. I want to see that Snorlax Greninja deck. I need to see it.
I would love it. They are 1-1 right now. So you said 50% win rate, and that sounds about right.
Ooh, so that's the fake Hitmonlee.
Yes, very fake.
It's Hitmonchan wearing a Hitmonlee skin, basically.
Yeah. Welcome to Pokemon Unite.
Okay, that was funny.
Drawing for turn, plays an oak, looking for something. Plays a Pokeball, looking for a Ralts here. Ralts. Oh, communication. Early communication, very early communication. Does find what he wants, though.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't a great matchup for you unless you get the delayed, in which case it suddenly becomes much better.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, we could probably deduct that since we've seen him throw back a Glade, he either has another one in hand or he really wanted that Curlia. So
Yeah, either one is valid. You definitely want to get the stage 1 very quickly, because you could always draw the stage 2 later. But if you don't evolve
Mm.
now, you can't evolve later.
The stage 1 is the worst stage of every, like, trying to get for every Pokemon. Because, like, that's why rare candy is so good, because you don't have to worry about drawing a stage 1. You could just go 0-2.
Well, yes and no, because if you go 2-0-2, you still need 2 rare candies, so you're still going 2-2-2, and Pokécom can't pull rare candy, which is interesting. Like, I feel like everyone's really hyping rare candy as like the most broken thing ever, and maybe it will be, but I'm just thinking there's a chance that because of the Pokécom interaction, you just brick on it.
I think you play 2-1-2 and 2 rare candies and 1 Pokécom. I think that would be the best lineup for what we got right now.
Maybe.
But
yeah.
Until we get like item searcher cards, imagine the fossils would be better with item searcher cards, and rare candy would be better, you know. Aerodactyl here for Guigs. Sabrina also, that's scary. We do not want this Curlia to go down. But he just passes.
But why?
Okay. I think he wanted him to waste an energy by switching out.
Maybe.
But he could just reattach the energy. Or maybe he just wanted his opponent to attack the Riolu with the Gallade so that his Aerodactyl could get some damage.
It's possible. I think you're right. It was probably just a stall play.
Mm-hmm.
I don't agree with this. I don't agree with this, Iono. Because I'm thinking, we just saw them dump a Sabrina. Their hand is probably awful. Why would you give them a better hand?
Yeah, that is super fair. I'm thinking... Oh, wait, he already switched out. So, why would you switch out and then Iono?
Oh, cause,
if you know you have Hitmonlee in the deck. The good one.
I'm thinking what they wanted to do was use the X speed, and then evolve to Gallade, and then the rest of their cards they didn't need.
Yeah. Well, they could have done that while Gallade was in there active.
That's true. That's true. I think this is something that people don't realize, actually. You can play X speed and then not retreat right away.
Yeah, that's fair, yeah. Yeah, I don't see a lot of people do that. It's looking kind of awkward here for Toby, because if he kills this Marshadow, this Aerodactyl comes off the bench and starts cracking.
Yeah. I think the question is, do you want to draw Cyrus?
True. Yeah. Yeah, he's just gonna kick him. He's kicking that bird.
Like, imagine what it would entail for this to happen, right? You're Hitmonlee. You're fighting this tiny little ghost in the center of the field. And you stretch your leg like Monkey D. Luffy all the way to the bench, into the sky, to hit this prehistoric flying rock monster. That's gotta be a stretch. That's like a really, really stretchy leg.
Yeah. That's Pokemon logic, you know? Actually, if this was actual Pokemon logic, I think Aerodactyl would be immune? Or like resistant? But we don't have resistance in pockets, so sad.
It wouldn't be. Aerodactyl takes neutral damage from fighting, because it's flying and rock.
Oh, true. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. forget anything I've ever said in my life, Yeah. That is true.
It's
He
funny
is
though, because like,
charging up
go
he is charging up that Lucario on the bench. It is starting to get spooky. Does want to just swap into this Gallade. I guess yeah, it looks like a win-win situation for him, actually. Especially if he puts an energy on anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because at this
What
point,
were
he
you gonna?
will one-shot the Aerodactyl, provided it has 2 energy, which it needs to hit you, so...
Mhm.
Toby kicking butt? Toby kicking
True.
rock bird butt on the bench in the sky from the active slot.
Yeah. I like how they're the same type, but technically Hitmonlee would hit him for neutral. Well, not and wow,
I get what you
my
mean.
brain
I get what you
my
mean.
brain got scrambled there. Holy moly!
They're the same type in
Uh,
this game, so it's interesting that they would hit for neutral in the normal game, despite it being both super effective and not very effective, and them being the same type. I get what you mean.
yeah.
Using the dimensions together.
Yeah. Exactly. We just really want Osiris here.
I mean, it doesn't even matter. I think you only have 1 prize point.
Yeah, but like, it'd be cooler with Osiris.
Gotta lose with style.
Oh, just conceding. Never concede, folks. Never concede.
It's the pedestrian way to do so the elite players disconnect and make you wait 90 seconds. Don't do
Yeah.
that. Don't do that.
Yeah, rope them.
There's a word for it? Wow.
Yeah, it's a Hearthstone term. Because when people would rage quit, they would their timer is a rope, and when it gets to the end, it automatically ends the turn. So when they would rage quit, it would do like 3 ropes until it said your opponent left, and you win the game. But Toby's a 2-0 here.
Yeah.
Toby going on a run.
Toby's kicking butt. Alright, let's check out Jules here. I don't know if we've watched them yet.
Nope, I don't think so. Oh,
Do you
don't
have
show
the...
the stream. Yeah.
looks like it's over.
Um.
Hmm.
Yeah. Don't show.
Yep. No.
As a judge call.
Wait. Alright. Get out of there. Alright. Let's spectate Fan V.
Yep. Fan V here with a Ralts against a Rotom, an Arceus, and a Shaman on the bench.
Oh no. That's well, just this little tiny Ralts. It's like this big, and it's like, what am I fighting?
Yeah, I'm fighting God.
And the flower pony embodiment of nature, and everyone's computer.
Yeah, true. I'm fighting NordVPN.
We gotta do, like, just, I don't know, after this, I gotta make a video of the best nicknames that you have Trav, for every Pokemon card.
Carnivine onto the bench. I would love that. Switching out into the Carnivine. The Venus flytrap chomping onto that Rals's head.
Oh, the poor
That seems.
Ralts.
Yeah, he's so tiny. He didn't do anything, man. Why are you bullying him?
Just wants to evolve into a Gallade and then chop the vines down. Okay, it makes sense now that I say it out loud.
Makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. Let's see. We Iono here for the Ralts player. X speed, red, Hitmonlee. Worst Iono I've seen in my entire life.
That Iono was painful.
Yeah.
At least they can retreat. At least, you know.
Yeah, Prelux is looking pretty cooked.
They're fighting Prelux?
No, Prelux is Fan V.
Whoa! I didn't know that! Oh, wow, we're spectating Prelux. Okay, yeah, no, it didn't occur to me. Yo.
Yup. Yeah, Prelux is looking cooked here.
I mean, they could technically win. Technically.
Yeah, technically, yeah. You just need to go runner, Gallade line, and hope you don't get Cyrused.
Yeah, I mean, all you need, right? Draw Cyrus next turn. Revenge kill Arceus. While you evolve into Kirlia at the same time, somehow. And you don't even need to do that, because Marshadow can live a turn. Evolve Kirlia next turn, and then evolve Gallade the turn after that. So you just need perfect draws.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, just ask your Pharaoh buddy hiding in your toy puzzle to help you cheat.
Indeed. Carnivine just max the Hitmonlee. We draw something, but like, I don't think a second Ross is gonna do much here.
I mean,
I know we've been saying this entire tournament, never concede. I think this is a concede angle, I'm not gonna lie.
you're not wrong.
This is looking like a concede angle to me.
There's being wrong, and then alternatively, there's what you are.
Indeed. I think, well, he still has time. None of his Pokemon have technically been knocked out yet. Even though this Ralts is dangerously close to getting Cyrus drug up. And Leaf for something? Okay. He said, I don't want this Leaf. I want to be him.
Oh, it's probably, hand thinning. They're worried about Mars or something.
Oh, true. Yeah. Wow. That's big brain.
Yeah, I do stuff like this sometimes. Because, like, oh my goodness, in ranked, everyone freaking has Mars. So, like, I will play red sometimes when there's no attack just to get rid of it. So that I can get the evolution or whatever it is I need. If they, like, Mars me or something.
Yeah, that's fair. So they didn't draw a Curlia. And they have a Ralts
There it is.
in front.
Yeah. It just wasn't happening.
Yeah. Sometimes you just don't draw good. And that's how the cookie crumbles.
Indeed.
Unlucky Prelux.
Is there a cookie Pokemon? How is there not a cookie Pokemon? There should be a cookie Pokemon.
Yeah, it should be like the gingerbread man from Shrek.
Oh my, yes, that would be amazing. We
That'd be
need a
dope.
gingerbread Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
And then it could have an evolution where in order to evolve it, you have to have Vanillux in your party.
Mm-hmm. That'd be cool. Yeah. Hell yeah. I like that. I like that. Put that down. Write that down. Write that down.
You heard it, Pokemon Company. Gen 10, come on, you gotta give us a gingerbread Pokemon. Wait, they're playing again. Do we get a game 3?
Yeah. Game 3, it looks like.
Game 3, let's go.
Prelux didn't get washed. It was just game 2. I didn't know. I didn't know if they were in. If he won game 1 or not. So
I mean,
it's
this
nice
is
to see
Prelux
we
we're
got a
talking
game.
about. They're the deluxe.
True. He's good. It's
This-
looking like we're seeing more of the same. More of the same cards.
Could someone please ask Ishan to stream? I want to see the Snorlax, not this magnet. The entire point of the LLL is that we don't play the meta cards. This is. Ah!
I mean, we're playing a new meta of cards, apparently.
I fought like 100 of these in a round. This is one of the top.
I've actually never seen Magnezone Skarmory. I've seen Bastiodon Skarmory in rank, but maybe we'll have to add a ban list next time for these types of formats.
Yeah, I think
'Cause-
so. I think so because this is one of the best decks right now. Like seriously, this is one of the Master Ball decks.
Mhm. Opponent has 2 Riolu. I don't know if starting with 2 Riolu is good in fighting because like you want to have like I mean I guess it depends because like if you're playing Rampardos you probably want Riolu first, but if you're playing something like Aerodactyl, you also want Riolu first, but if you're playing something like Gallade, you don't want Riolu first because you could just use the teleport routes to get out.
Well, usually you don't
Into-
run Lucario with Gallade because Gallade tends to run Hitmonlee and Marshadow, but then there's not really room for the Lucario line.
That is fair. Yeah, that is fair.
I'm actually surprised they didn't attack here.
I guess they have a Lucario in hand and they just want to wait till next turn to attack. That's like the only thing I can think of.
Maybe, but it would have done like 40 to the Magnemite.
True. Yeah, this is a bad matchup for Magnezone.
What? Okay, they're predicting the evolution. That's
Yeah,
what's going
yeah.
on.
They want to deal more damage to the one with energy than the one without.
I like the sound it makes. Like a slash sound. I gotta say, the art, the sound, 10 out of 10.
That's fair. Yeah, that slash sound is top tier.
The Prelux is looking pretty good. I mean, you got your birds. This is just sweepity sweep time.
That is fair, but his opponent has also played 0 cards so far, so he could have some things.
I don't know. I'm not completely
Why?
convinced.
Why are we playing this Hitmonlee? I have not seen that card anywhere.
I run it a little bit. So that's basically Hitmonchan. What they're doing is they're running Hitmonchan, but the newer skin because it looks cooler. The reason you run this is because it can do 50 damage with Lucario online. So it will one-shot an electric Magnemite with Lucario. It will two-shot Skarmory with Lucario. It's not as good as it sounds, though, because it's a 3-card combo that stops working once you're a little bit into the game. But it has enough power that it's interesting, right?
Yeah, definitely interesting. I could imagine like an aggro deck where it's just Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan, and the Lucario line, but that's probably bad.
The only reason it doesn't work is because Skarmory and Carnivine are 2-card combos. You can have Skarmory and Tool. You have Carnivine and Arceus. But with Hitmonlee, it's a 3-card combo, and you need specific cards. You need Riolu and Lucario and Hitmonlee specifically to make it work. So it's much less likely to happen. It's much less likely to happen quickly. It can't happen on turn 2. It's impossible because you need 1 turn to evolve. So you're either doing this on turn 3 as player 1 or 4 as player 2. So it sounds good, but it doesn't work as well, and that's why people stopped running that particular Hitmonlee.
I see. Opponent thinking, probably very sad that his Lucario is in the active right now. Lucario about to get knocked out again, from this flying bird thing. Marshadow onto the bench to get the revenge kill. But he just has a second one.
Yeah, this is looking a little too good for Prelux. I mean, they don't have Magneton yet, which is the only reason I'm not saying they win 100%. Because if they have Magneton, it's over. But
yeah, most definitely.
You're gonna knock down Lucario. You've already got pressure on that other Riolu. You can take that out whenever you want. If you have Cyrus. There's nothing on the board that is much of a threat once that Lucario goes down. Unless you have a second one.
Yeah. I don't know if he has a second Cyrus, but he used Cyrus to bring up this Lucario.
Oh, okay. I wonder what they're thinking about.
Probably the cards in his hand, because he has a card that might be dead soon. Also, where to attach this energy, I guess. Maybe he wants to attach a second energy onto the Skarmory onto the bench in case he wants to switch out with it, but it's probably just the Magnemite there 100% of the time.
Yeah, I mean, even if you want to switch out with the Skarmory later, you can just put the energy on later.
True.
Yeah, going into Marshadow's rough here. You want to save that Marshadow. Maybe try to recycle it, so we'll probably see like a strike and then retreat or something.
Yeah.
Ooh.
The Marshadow's about to take a lot of damage, though. Oh, the fossil draw. That is pretty spooky.
If anything can turn it around, it is Rampardos. In Game 3, no EX basics, which means we're not running the ban list, which means Rampardos is allowed.
Yep. And, yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised that in no EX basics, the best deck is a no EX deck. I'm surprised they're not running Rampardos for no EX and no EX basics. I'm guessing they're not running the same deck for both.
Well, I mean, you got to think about it, right? Every game is a different format, which means a different
Mhm.
meta. So you might want a different set for a different meta.
Mhm.
Like what you think everyone else is going to be playing, not just what you think is good, but what you think is good and beats what everyone else is playing.
That is fair. Decided to let the Magnemite go down, and then he instantly draws a Magneton. That's kind of sad, I will say. But it's not too bad because he does get rid of this Marshadow,
Mm-hmm.
and it's looking like his opponent needs to find Rampardos or lose.
That's
I
a
don't know
Pokeball.
if he has any disruption left in his deck as well.
Granados is online. There's potential.
Ooh,
Wow. I
that
think we're
draws.
allowed to. Just draws the second. Oh, that's brutal.
Oh, 7.
That is the
I
game
salute you.
questioning your life choices right there.
Yeah, it's like you wanna let Magnemite go down? Here, have 2 Magneton.
And to be fair, I am very sus of that move. Like it's Greylux. Maybe they're playing 5D chess and I'm playing checkers, but I would have
I think
sacked
they
50
just
Skarmory.
true. They must have another disruption in deck if they made that play. Like maybe another Cyrus or something.
Very possible.
Because now they can just switch into the Rampardos here and get a free KO onto this Skarmory. And then, unless you draw Cyrus or Sabrina, you kind of just lose. Not kind of, you just lose. Ooh, what? Why? Oh,
They didn't have
because
enough
it
damage.
just
Yeah.
does 50 base. Yeah, okay. He doesn't have the Rampardos, but he does deal 50 base.
Yeah, I don't know why Prelux sacked the Magnemite. That I feel like they would win this very turn if that hadn't happened potentially, right? Like,
Yeah.
I just
Well, he has the full line now.
this is a tough spot. Yeah.
Yeah, he's checking to see what his opponent has. He's hoping that his opponent doesn't draw Rampardos. Because he can still win if his opponent doesn't draw Rampardos this turn. And he did. So that's G's?
Yeah, that's
GG's?
GG's.
Yeah. Sad. He
Before
just
we
had to
get
hope
into
his
the
opponent with one more. Before we get into
before we get into the next round, I want to show the stats on Limitless to just see, because we're about at the midway point. I'm not sure if that was round 3 or 4. Let's take a look at
round 3.
Right.
We still got Ishan versus Winter Sun going on. Holy and Dark Eye 1356 are 3-0.
Just give me a second. Just trying to get it up on the screen. Standings. There we go. Pairings. Yeah, pairings. I think that's the way to do it. Round 3. One match left. The round is almost over, so let me share that. Let's... Ha. Okay. Get rid of ads. Hold on. Deleting
Ishan just won his game.
Nice. Give me a moment to mercilessly delete these ads. Right out of the HTML. Get out of here. Alright, I think I finally got him.
Alright. A new round just started, but we can take a look at the standings real quick.
Ah, the ads are coming back. Alright, so, in first place right now, we have Dark with a 3-0 record.
3-0.
Then we got Toby, who we've been following, who also has a 3-0. Datsai doing 2-1. We have Xtetsi, which is 2-1. Watashi wa Kunji, I recognize them. Ishan is 2-1. Alright, let's go. The Snorlax Greninja deck is still in it. Pish, 1 and 2, and everybody else. Oh, Froggy X, not doing as well today. Let me see. Prelux.
Definitely not.
Prelux 1 and 2, I'm surprised. Uprise has already dropped, losing 3 games in a row. The only one to have done that. Sorry, Uprise, but there's still major respect for just getting into this tournament. That's pretty big.
That is pretty big. Alright.
I want to just take a look at the decks a little bit. Oh!
Yeah.
They're fighting Toby! Alright, we're gonna see Dark versus Toby. What are they playing? How do I... It's not showing me the deck. I want to see the deck. Does it not show the deck when they submit multiple decks?
The decks are in the Discord.
Right. Okay, I'd have to do some fancy button pushing to put that on the screen. I think we're good for now. Let's check out the games, because I want to see them fight, Dark versus Toby.
Alright, sounds good. Oh, if we want to see Ishan, he's fighting Dusty right now. Wait, Dusty's not. I thought Dusty was streaming before. I guess they stopped.
All right, to the Toby.
Okay.
What? This doesn't look like a
Let's
fight.
see what we got here.
I don't see a fight.
Yeah, not yet. I think they're just getting started. The round did just start.
Excellent.
Okay, so I was just told that they're not streaming yet, but they are getting ready.
Okay, the second they do, we're gonna jump. Because I really want to see the Greninja Snorlax deck.
Yeah, me too. It'll be a good change of pace from Toby here, using all 3 meta decks.
The most consistent person streaming is using the most consistent decks. It makes sense.
Yeah, they just gotta be consistent all around.
No!
Let's go! My favorite! My favorite mirror.
Best mirror. Because the Pokemon themselves are mirrors.
We got the fridge magnet versus the bird who just won't quit.
Could someone please just make highlights of this stream that's literally just every nickname Travi has given to a Pokemon?
We got a Giovanni on turn 1. He's not playing around. That's 60 damage.
I mean, you gotta be running that just for the mirror.
Yeah, and indeed, and it probably hits some numbers with some weird Pokemon out there. With Magnezone, maybe the 120 number is important to him.
Is there Pokemon with 120 health?
Mostly water. And I don't even think many people are playing water except for the Greninja guy.
Yeah, but they're generally weak to Magnezone anyway, so it wouldn't.
Yeah. It would deal 130.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you know, it one-shots Magnemite and Caped Origin Palkia specifically.
Yeah, exactly. I knew I was missing one. Alright, switching out into the Steel Magnemite. Dealing 20 damage with the tackle. I think that's my favorite Magnemite art in the game.
It's a cute one. I like the little happy eye.
Yeah, happy eye. It makes it have feeling, you know. I think when you don't have a face, you just have to be really expressive in the eyes, you know.
All right, let me try it.
Is he surprised?
It looks too creepy. Someone logged onto the stream right at that moment. Ah! What is this?
Oh no. Oh no. What are they doing over here at PLL and LLL?
Double Mawile. I kind of like that.
Yeah, I don't know. Mawile's like, I'd rather see a million Skarmory games than see a Mawile. I'm not gonna lie.
Wait, which Mawile?
Yeah, which Mawile is it? Is that the extra damage? Well, the discard energy one, of course, but I don't know which one that Mawile is.
I think it's the anti-steel Mawile, right?
Oh.
I'm not sure. Hold on. Let's see what happens. Yeah, it's the anti-steel Mawile. They literally picked a Mawile that only makes sense in the mirror match.
Yeah, that's kind of baller. I like that.
Well,
that is kind of baller.
Dark.
Dark. Yeah.
Major respect for them. This is very bold. Like, they went all in. Like, I bet everyone's gonna play this deck. I'm gonna bet my life on it. Anti-steel Mawile.
Yeah, but the problem is his Mawiles cannot attack anymore.
What do you mean?
Well, if he attacks with his Skarmory, he goes to 60, and the Mawile can only put him down to 10, and his other Mawile doesn't have a Rocky helmet, it has a cape, so his Mawiles cannot attack anymore.
Ah, I see what you mean. Yeah, it's a losing predicament there. Or
Oh,
not!
never mind.
Or not!
I forgot, he just has Giovanni in hand. My fault.
I think they still lose, though. No, they win! They win this turn! Wow!
Yeah, they just won.
Well played!
Yeah, that was really good. That was a great game. Alright. Wait, let's take a look, see if, Nope, no stream yet.
Yeah, I was keeping my eyes open. I mean, if they make it to the finals, they have to stream, so... The anti-steal paid off? Absolutely, Kobe. 100%.
Most definitely paid off. It looked so good in that game. Wow.
It did. I've never seen anyone use that Mawile before. It was...
I've never seen that Mawile in my life.
I didn't
Like,
even
I
know
don't
that
even think
Mawile
I've opened
existed.
it. Yeah, me neither. Yeah.
Alright, so game 2 is going to be ban list.
Yes. Which, let's be fair, I probably should have had more creative liberties in that. I didn't really put very much input, and if I would have, Arceus would have probably been banned, and so would have Giratina.
Yeah.
But either way, people are still running Gallade because I probably wouldn't have banned Gallade because I would think it's kind of a rogue deck. Because I did play a lot of Gallade when Ranked first came out, but it just gets completely outclassed by Darkrai Giratina.
I don't know. I haven't played it, so I can't say.
It's like a 40-60 Giratina Darkrai favored.
Okay.
Like if they get off the ground kind of fast, which every single Giratina Darkrai opponent I've ever had got off the ground fast, they just kind of, you're just a little bit too slow because you're running a stage 2.
Yeah. I mean, it's the law of Giratina Darkrai. Whenever your opponent plays Giratina Darkrai, they get Professor Oak and Pokeball on the first turn, and you don't.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Just like
Starting
the law
with
of Misty, you know.
Yeah, true. They flip 50 heads, I flip 1 maybe, and I lose. Uses the X initiative to switch out into the Kick Lee, and he's gonna kick this Ralts in the face.
Does it have a face?
Yeah, it's like one of those, well, I can't say that on here. Yeah, it's, I'm guessing the leaves is that leaves or it's his hair? I'm guessing it's just hiding behind its hair.
Maybe.
So it softened up the blow a bit.
I'm gonna be a Ralts. Hide under my hat.
Retreating into the Kick Lee.
I need a haircut.
The better Kick Lee, in my opinion. In most people's opinion, probably. Probably just gonna kick a Marshadow and just chill. Does have an early Curly as well, so it's looking pretty good for Toby. Especially because his opponent's Kick Lead does basically nothing. It's just 30 damage.
There are two kinds of Hitmonlee players. One of them is
One of them's based and one of them is cringe.
I like yours better. Kind of getting into that Marshadow standoff now, but the pressure is on the non-Gallade player, because,
Ooh! Now the pressure is on the Glade player.
Yeah.
Because he probably has to go into the Marshadow. He doesn't want to just give up Curly that easily. Even though it already has health off of it.
Now this is why we were saying Stretch Kick is better, because you could have done the same thing without Sabrina.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Kind of an awkward draw, but you can do something with it. I guess the one point that Sabrina did do is you didn't put an energy on Curlia this turn.
Nice. That's true.
So,
Little energy stall.
yeah. So no Gallade next turn. At least.
Oh, this is actually funny. They could switch into Marshadow to stop Marshadow from going down. And then they would have to bring in Curlia to KO the Marshadow.
True.
It's a little crafty there.
What if what if Toby draws Sabrina to just get the Marshadow out of the active? So that he could kick it with the Hitmonlee.
That's pretty funny.
Yes. Instead of wanting something to be in the active, you want something to be out of the active.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, when you think about it, Stretch Kick Hitmonlee is the equivalent to playing regular Hitmonlee and Cyrus,
Another
but
Sabrina. What does he do now? Probably just Marshadow again,
Yeah.
but
just keep on shadowing the Mar.
yeah. Yeah, Stretch Kick Hitmonlee is it's just a setup for Cyrus, right? So
I feel like I feel like Toby's kind of wants to say, Stretch Kick Hitmonlee. Look what they need to imitate even a fraction of our power.
That's a good one. I like that. Finishing off the Marshadow, his opponent cannot do that unless he has a Cyrus. So Stretch Kick Hitmonlee is equivalent to 2 Sabrinas and a Cyrus.
And a regular Hitmonlee.
Yeah. So they are a Glade player. Oh! I didn't even know Toby had... Wait, we've seen it once. Never mind.
Yeah, we've seen Toby play this, like, I don't know, 3 times already. It's the other one we didn't know about, I think.
Yeah. No, I just forgot that he also played the Hitmonlee for some reason. I think you just keep kicking until it dies. Does up to Iono here, drawing 4 new cards. The 4 of the same cards.
That does happen sometimes.
Yeah.
I like that juxtaposition. Like, your tone of voice didn't change, so it took me a minute to realize. 4 new cards. 4 of the same cards.
Welcome to Pocket, folks. Oh! Maybe you'll draw new cards this time.
It'd be funny if they're the same. No, they are new. Well,
Oh, 2 of them are new. 2 of them are.
yeah.
Alright.
Uh-oh.
So he doesn't have a Curlia.
Nope.
It's looking like no Curlia here, so this roast on the bench is cooked.
It's served up for dinner. I think this is like firsthand we're seeing why you use this Hitmonlee instead of that Hitmonlee.
Yeah, most definitely. And I guess sometimes you use both and it works out. You just draw the right one every single time.
Oh. we just lost our co-caster. I'm thinking their phone might have just died. In the meantime, I'll do all the blabbing. So, that was an obvious victory for Kobe. Kicked a lot of butt. This is definitely going to go to game 3, where we get to see their no EX basics deck. And I just quickly take a peek at the YouTube chat. Hey, YouTube. Alright, this is the final game between the two of them. You know, these are two of the best players in the bracket right now. I'm very excited to see what happens here. No EX basics, so, you know, Glade is still allowed. But you can't use things like Giratina, Arceus, that kind of thing. I'm really hoping that the Greninja Snorlax player starts streaming, because that is the game I want to watch. And luckily, once we get into the top 8, everyone has to stream, so we'll be able to take a look there.
My fault. My connection kind of dropped out a bit for a second there.
Ah, no problem. We're in game 3.
Alright.
Ooh. I see a Wiglet.
That doesn't look correct. You know what I mean? Wiglet's like the weirdest looking Pokemon I've ever seen.
The weirdest looking Pokemon. I mean, that's you know, there are a lot of Pokemon. Weirdest, like Grimer, coughing. You know what? Wheezing. Have you seen Wheezing?
Yo, I'd rather have a Trubbish than a Wiglet, bro.
I mean, Trubbish is useful, you know? You're cooking, you gotta throw something out, just feed it to your Trubbish.
All true, that's fair. That's fair.
Wheezing. Do you feel
Yeah,
like...
it's a poison gas.
Yeah, am I even allowed to have that in my house?
Yeah, true. This is the one time Toby wants the electric Magnemite when he doesn't have one.
Mm-hmm. That's just a little more damage.
And more. But it's... I guess he just wanted to play the cooler looking cards.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's kind of the trade-off, right? If you play the electric Magnemite, it'll do 10 damage and 30 to water. If you play the Steel Magnemite, it'll always do 20, but probably won't be super effective against anything. So, you know, you got a bit of a decision.
That's fair. But in, like, I would say 100% of formats, there will be a water deck.
Wait. Hold on.
What?
Why Sabrina, but it doesn't do anything?
I don't think it does anything. He just attaches an energy to his active. He just swings.
What was the point of that? Why?
You know, for the best of the best, this is looking like...
Don't say that.
Is everybody... Is it April Fool's? Is everybody trolling us, or...
Alright, well, you know, it's the LLL. I figure, you know, the PLL is the best of the best of the meta format. The LLL is the best of the best of off-meta, and off-meta players, I say this as one myself, can make odd decisions sometimes.
Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. I mean, Toby's still in a pretty good position. Yeah, I guess you want the Rocky helmet in front, but like...
It makes sense, but it also it's just... They validated the previous Sabrina.
They validated Sabrina there.
Proving us wrong, you know? What do we know?
Yeah. Are we about to get cooked by a Starmie? Yeah. That's holy moly. Wiglet doing work being a tank. What is Wiglet even supposed to be? Like a sea urchin?
Yeah, I don't know, like some kind of sea worm or an eel or something.
Ooh,
Why can't
that's a
it-
draw. Yeah. It can attack next turn for lethal. Yeah, yeah. That's my boy. That's my boy Toby. He makes the best plays. He's a PLL player.
The Cyrus was a good move, but I'm just like, why do they keep making these weird retreats and Sabrina's?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I get you. I get you. I mean, it makes for a more interesting tournament, I guess. If it's gonna be all, Skarmories and Magnazones, why not throw in a wacky Sabrina here and there,
I'm entertained.
Yeah, I'm having a great time. Ooh, that's rough for Toby. The Magnezone got shuffled away, but anyways,
Yeah, that's pretty brutal.
yeah,
You really needed that Magnezone. I mean, that was win. You win right here with Magnezone.
yeah. If only he drew it again. Um,
Yeah, if only
he-
Toby drew it again.
yeah,
A
if
shame
only.
they didn't.
A shame. Wow, Toby lost the game. Oh,
And
oh no.
we were trolling, just in case anyone was wondering.
Yeah,
I thought it was pretty obvious, but I'll just say it out loud. Toby won.
yeah, Toby won. GG's Dark. Toby 4-0 now.
Is Toby 4-0? I thought Dark was 3-0 and Toby was 2-1.
No, Toby was 3-0.
Toby was 3-0. Okay.
Yeah, they were both 3-0.
Well, they were both 3-0. All right. That makes sense. Yeah, they were both 3-0. So now Toby is the only undefeated player in the LLL.
Yeah, every time Toby's like a day one player here, and every time I see his screen, he's always doing the best play, and I love that guy. You may call it caster bias or whatever, but he just makes good plays. Do we want to check out anybody else?
Yeah. Let's take a peek and see who else is doing some games. Hold on just one second. I'm actually gonna check Limitless and see what games are still going on. Oh, Ishan won.
Oh, nice.
Ishan won. Ishan is 3-1. They're very likely moving on, so we will get to watch them in the elimination bracket. It looks like. Yeah, all the matches are completed, so we're just waiting on the round to reset.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so we were watching the last match.
Oh, Froggy X isn't doing as well. Kraylux is 2-2. Let me see who else is doing good. X...
You know what's crazy?
What's crazy?
I'm pretty sure like 4 Froggy X members qualified for the tournament, but only one submitted their deck list.
I don't know. Maybe they're busy today.
knows?
Maybe they're doing something else.
Maybe they're playing Ursi's tournament.
I wasn't gonna say that. All right,
Hey, this is the
round
day to
started.
have fun. No shade, Ursi. No shade. We love you over here. Alright, what we got for next round?
Let me see. Yeah, there's no shade. Heck, I'm probably spectating Ursi stream half the time anyway. What's going on here? We've got. I'm taking a look. This is round 5, so there's only 2 more rounds. I kind of want to watch somebody else because we've been watching a lot of Toby. We've gotten, I think, like a ton of Toby. Who haven't we seen as much? What's Storm running? deck is Storm running? I don't
Uh,
remember.
Storm has a Snorlax. Storm was the Snorlax Marshadow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Let's watch Storm. I kind of want to see Storm. Where did they go?
Yeah,
They
let's
were
do it.
streaming, but now we're.
Oh, oh, wait.
It's like,
Wait, it's Toby. It's Toby versus Ishan.
oh, it's Toby versus Ishan. Okay, we gotta watch Toby again. I forgot everything I just said. Then we can watch Ishan. All right, it's a plan.
All right. It's Ishan's first deck that's the cool one.
I want to see the cool one.
Yeah.
Let's not show that. Hold on, wait. How do I? Okay, I stopped. Kind of got my finger on the button so I could hide that when they're not showing Pokemon things.
hmm
So how do you think this is going so far? As one of the organizers for this shindig, or is it going along the lines you expected?
Um, I mean, it's it's going well. I will say. I would have liked more people to actually submit their deck lists, especially when they've been fighting this entire time to get to this point, and they just don't submit deck lists before the deadline, and so they just lose out on the prizes that they could have won.
What are the prizes
But
for this,
other,
by the way?
it's $100, and top 8 gets paid out.
So what's first place get?
Let me check real quick. It's 50. Oh, it's top 4 gets paid out. Sorry,
Okay.
not top 8. It's 50, 30, and third and fourth get $10.
Mm-hmm. All right, so
So
chunk of change there.
it's
Pretty good.
it's plus it's USD, so a lot of a lot of people that are in high conversion rate countries,
Mm-hmm.
that's a lot of money for them. So
Mm-hmm.
and well, I think I think this tournament has been really fun. I just like coming in and chilling and talking to people and making some good moments, making up some Pokemon names, make some jokes, and have a great time.
I am digging the Pokemon nicknames. Um, it doesn't seem like we're seeing the game from Toby. Uh, is there something going on with the round or?
Um, Let me check with my mods.
Okay. We can swap spectating if needed. All right, Shan. Well, what do you think of this tournament so far? I've been streaming this for a while, and I haven't been quite talking to folks as much. Are you having fun? Are you entertained? Is this the kind of content you want? Ah, I might also be doing
Um,
potentially the PLL invitationals, which is going to be more meta and possibly a little more competitive. Um, in when is that? Like a week, 2 weeks, something like that.
a week from now, yeah. So it's gonna be after the next set drops, but we're playing with everything before next set. So we're Shining Revelry and down that meta, the meta you've been playing in ranked for the past month and a half. Um, I
Maybe
would
just
have
let a
liked
few
it to
new
be.
cards.
I would have. What'd you say?
Nothing.
I would have liked it to be this week,
Mm-hmm.
on Friday, but we we it kind of our our timings were weird, and somebody scheduled it on a Monday, and so we just had to have a quick fix, and we thought just have them both on different Saturdays. Um, the format will be changing for next season as well, so um, we'll talk about that sooner we get to the date. Um, so yeah, they both just checked in, and we're getting a password here from Toby.
Yeah, this is gonna be exciting. By the way,
Um,
after we watch this set, you and I need to talk about Team Rocket Grunt.
oh yes, yes, a friendly debate.
Yes.
How do you feel? How do you feel about the debate? Do you think you'll win? Do
I
you
don't
think
think it's
you'll win the
a win
power
or
of the
lose
people?
kind of thing.
I mean, chat can vote. Chat can vote.
I am really excited to see Ishan play finally. Like Snorlax for Ninja. Yes, this is the kind of deck I want to see.
Yeah, yeah. It's most definitely not a meta deck in any shape or way or form. Like, I've seen it once or twice before, but I haven't seen it in like a tournament environment. We are loading in very slowly.
I know! The suspense is killing me. Yoink.
All right, I'll give you the pleasure of starting us off.
Alright, sir. Sir. No. Alright, so we've got Skarmory versus Snorlax! Yes, starting out strong with the Snorlax. I'm so excited to see this. This is the best of LLL right here. Someone running a Snorlax deck legitimately and doing really well. I don't know. Are you rooting for Toby?
I mean, Toby's my boy, but this game one has to go to Snorlax, right?
Yeah, I feel like for game one, we've been kind of following Toby along the course of this tournament viewing stream, but I've gotta have a little hope in the Snorlax deck. It's too cool. It's too cool.
Skarmory is starting off fast here, with a Rocky to be exact, and a 50 damage. But Snorlax could just kill it here.
Yeah, I mean, if you got the right cards, there's the energy. Frog on the bench. Berry!
There's the berry.
This is so hype. Collapse! Oh, I love that.
Takes the 20 damage from the helmet, hoping he will wake up in between this turn.
Just pop goes the Skarmory, it's gone.
Yeah, it's dust.
Yeah, Snorlax is gonna take a little bit of a nap, though.
Yeah, he has one more try at this in between this turn and next. But he really wants to wake up to get rid of this Magnemite.
Well, you need another berry, though. What?
You don't think he has it? He probably has it. He probably has it, right? He probably has it.
I don't know about that shuffle, because if Magnemite had attacked, and there wasn't a heal, Skarmory could have come in and finished it off for perfect damage.
I don't know if he has the second berry here. Yeah, that Magneton would have went down then, and if he has the Magnezone in hand, that would have been very lethal.
Yeah, fair enough. I guess it just comes down to what do you want to play, the Magnezone or the Skarmory.
Yeah, true. He's up 2-0, but it is looking pretty rough if there's a Magnezone here.
Got the wake up. This
Because the frog
Snorlax.
on the bench has not evolved.
I'm just picturing this Snorlax, like it's just, chilling by the pond. There's a little frog croaking pleasantly. He's just trying to take a nap. This metal bird descends, and Snorlax is like, nah, get out of here. And another one comes by. It's like, leave me alone. I'm trying to sleep.
Yeah, I think of him as like Godzilla, and he's just stomping on the birds and turning them into dust. Ooh, concede right away.
Oh!
He must have drawn a Pokemon.
All those cards in their hand. Well, it looks like you were right. Magnezone was the play.
Yeah. Super rough.
That's a horrible way to go. It was looking so good. It was like boom, boom. Everything was going, and then brick.
That makes me kind of high on Snorlax, though. If you have like a berry or two in hand, plus a Snorlax,
Couple of berries.
you just get 2 free kills.
So good.
Especially in non-EX format where the 100 damage is like top end.
Yeah, it goes a long way. Well, we're gonna see their game 2.
The game 2 is gonna be pretty boring, I'm not gonna lie.
No.
It's Arceus versus Gallade.
Well, pretty meta. It'll still be fun.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It won't be horrible like the worst matchup.
This is your tournament.
Well, you can ban every card but the non-meta ones and still have a boring matchup.
Ooh. We're gonna see regular Hitmonlee actually be good for once.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's probably why they run it. Because Arceus is in the format.
Alright, so thinking about it logically, right? You attack Arceus, and it does 50 damage. You attack again, 50 damage. You attack 50 damage, it goes down. So if you can kick 3 of its legs, it can't stand up anymore. Thus, I conclude Arceus can be bipedal.
True. Yes, and if you kick God 3 times in the face, he will just go down. That's what this is telling me. If you're able to.
Now, Arceus's power level varies very heavily in the Pokemon world. Like, in the video game, it's kind of like a normal type with like a weird ability. Yeah, in the anime, it can vary from I got taken down by a rock and a handful of electric types to I summoned all the ocean into the sky.
Yeah.
There's a scale depending on which movie or video game we're talking about.
I mean, I would have liked... I know the Pokemon TCG likes printing normal type Arceuses, but I would have liked the plate system where there's different type Arceuses. Even if it just had the same attack as the normal type one. I think that would have been cool. But maybe it would have been too OP because you would just tech in whatever Arceus based on the meta.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically like pick your type. It's even more powerful than colorless. Because the whole point of colorless is you can use any energy, so you can slot it into any deck. So it's sort of plate system-y, kind of, sort of.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Though that also means that Farfetch'd is also a deity of the Pokemon world.
Yeah, yeah. Farfetch is also God. This Carnivine is cooking. We are losing to a Carnivine right now. So it's looking like 1-1. He does have 3 Arceus on the bench though. I don't know how good that is.
What is that? Like a stampede of Arceus? A
A
pony
gaggle.
stable of Arceus? What's the
Yeah.
the grouping counter word for Arceus's?
Well, is Arceus horse-like?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so like whatever a group of horses is.
What is a group of horses called? Does anybody know?
I have no clue off the top of my head.
Group of horses. Let's see. It's not a flock.
No, that's bird type Arceus.
So real quick. Just pay no mind to my googling. Many horses called what? A herd. That's
Oh, that makes sense. Why didn't? Wow, I'm dumb. Wow, that I am okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Anyways, Carnivine's still cooking. He got Sabrina again, so that Marshadow got taken down for free. His only real hope is to draw the Glade off the top, but he does not do that.
well. There are other hopes, right? There are other options. But
He does
no,
have this option. He's drawing 6 cards.
I would have played Pokemon first. Is that wrong?
Yeah,
I'm
I
actually
would've.
not sure.
That's one less card draw with Iono, so maybe he wanted the extra one.
Yeah, but it gives you good odds. I don't know.
True.
I think it's higher probability if you use it first, but maybe I'm wrong.
Who knows?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I've been up since like 4 p.m. yesterday, so I'm on fumes right now. So I'm just kind of I can't do that math right now. But his opponent has an Arceus fully cooked.
Well, the Arceus is looking fully cooked. I mean, I don't see how it lives this.
True. And it doesn't kill in any imagination of the world right now.
Imagination. Anything is possible.
True. Yeah, a random fighting type can kill God. That's my imagination. But wait, it depends. It's just too slow though, right?
Yep. Yes, too slow. Because there's only one more energy. You would have to stun Gallade somehow.
Yeah. I mean, 2 energy is 110, plus the 20 is only 130.
What? What?
It's 70, 90, 110. It's based on your opponent's
you're right.
energy,
It
right?
doesn't kill.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Yeah, so he
Yeah.
would need a Red or a Giovanni here.
You're right. Oh, there's a chance. There is a chance. Power of the imagination.
Indeed. Wow. Ooh. Why?
Mars
Maybe
Thwarting?
in case he gets Iono again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some kind of just...
Drew a Mars for turn, did have the red in the hand.
That's gonna
And-
be GG.
That is going to be GG.
Unfortunately, our wonderful Snorlax player is taking the L. But if they win their next game, they still might make it to the elimination round.
If they lose their next game, they still might make it to the elimination round. We have 15 people and it's top 8. I think.
Yeah, but you gotta have 3 wins, right?
Yeah, he already has 3 wins. He
Oh.
was he was 3-1.
Yeah. Wow. Maybe fewer rounds?
We have 6 rounds. We have 6 rounds.
That seems like a lot. I don't know.
Well, we have one more round after this, right?
Yep, one more, and then we get into top 8.
Yeah, so he no, he probably wants to win it either way to get a better seed, but
Yeah, that's true. Seed probably matters a lot for this, actually.
yeah, indeed, especially if you're the bottom seed going up against Toby, who hasn't lost a match.
Yep. Yeah, that probably matters quite a lot.
All right, do we want to check out Desai?
No. There's something else we gotta do.
Right. Oh, you're right.
Yeah, there's something we gotta do.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I think
All right.
Team Rocket Grunt is not a good card. Hear me out.
Okay.
I think
Explain.
it can be a good card in some decks. I think it makes sense for Giratina Darkrai to run it. Because you're normally competing against one EX that has many energy, and if it loses it, it loses the game. So it could be huge. But
Okay.
I think in most decks, it's not a good card. First of all, if you're running against Lucario Rampardos, it's useless. Right? Any low energy deck, even the Masquerada Beedrill deck, it doesn't do much. Second.
Okay.
Alright, second. 50% of the time it knocks off one energy, your opponent puts it back and they don't care. So the odds that it even could be useful to you is about 1/4 of the time. You're probably only running one of them. You're not running 2. So you're running a card that will take up your supporter slot and cannot be useful to you 3 out of 4 times. 3 out of 4 times it cannot help you.
Okay. That's your argument?
That's my argument, yeah.
All right. Are you ready for me to black pill you on this?
I don't know what that means, but let's hear it.
I think Team Rocket Grunt should have been, especially in this format, ran at 2. Because what is the best deck in the format right now?
Giratina Darkrai.
What does Giratina Darkrai usually generate?
Damage.
Only dark energy. What does Giratina need to attack? Psychic energy.
But it doesn't work that way.
It does work that way. You basically take off. If you flip 1 heads on a Giratina and take off the psychic energy, you're basically time walking them.
I know. I hear you. But here's the problem. It doesn't matter. When you're fighting Giratina Darkrai, usually the powering up Giratina will be in the back. If it's in the front, it's very early, because they haven't gotten Darkrai to the front yet. Right?
Yes, but even if you're using it while their Giratina has 2 energy per se, that's still fine, because that Giratina won't be able to switch out if, say, okay, there's so many scenarios where it's like they attach an energy to the Giratina in the front row, and then charge onto it to try to retreat it next turn, because they're only running 2 of each, Giratina and Darkrai, because that's all you can run. And they have a Darkrai on the bench that they want to bring up. Say they use 2 turns or 1 turn even to attach plus Bellow, and you Team Rocket Grunt them.
But who am I Team Rocket Grunting?
You're Team Rocket Grunting the Giratina that's in the front.
But
because they're trying to switch out into the Darkrai.
that
so that we
Giratina
can-
doesn't have the energy most of the time, right? If they have a Giratina in front, that's only going to bellow if they don't have a Giratina in back. And if there's a Giratina in front, it's only because they didn't have a Darkrai. This only occurs if they didn't draw Darkrai and didn't draw 2 Giratina, so they bricked. So you can only
okay.
do this when they're bricked.
Okay, but what about when in late game they have a Darkrai with 3 energy or a Giratina with 4 energy, and you win 2 coin flips, and
But-
they can't attack for an entire turn, or in Giratina's case, 2 turns.
But if I won 2 coin flips on Rocket Grunt, which may or may not even apply to the game, I just want 2 coin flips on Misty instead.
But here's the thing, Misty. Yes, that's. Here's the thing. You just made my argument right then, because Misty has always been a meta card.
No, I'm saying that it is strictly worse than Misty. And you just
It is
want
strictly
Misty. You
better
don't
than
want Rocket
Misty
Grunt.
because it can counter Misties. 2, if you're running against, if you're playing against anything that isn't those 2 decks that
round
you
started.
named. Okay. All right.
We can
Well-
keep talking about it until they match, but we're on round
Okay,
6. We're on
Yeah. It counters Misty.
It doesn't
It
counter
counters the
Misty.
top. Yes, it does.
Because the odds of Misty happening and followed... You need to
The odds
multiply
of-
the
The
probability.
odds of Misty happening is the odds of TRG happening. They have the same amount of odds.
No,
You either hit it or you don't.
but not if you're trying to use one to counter the other. In order for Rocket Grunt to counter Misty, Misty would have to succeed followed by Rocket Grunt succeeding, which means that Rocket Grunt is exponentially less likely to succeed in this particular use case.
True. But it just counters the best deck in the meta. Say use Sabrina one turn because you want to use a supporter card every turn. And use Sabrina and they bring up, I don't know, a Darkrai with 2 energy. And you hit 1 on a Team Rocket Grunt the next turn. Or a Darkrai with 1 energy, I guess, in this situation. And they go up to 2 energy, and you hit a Team Rocket Grunt for 1, you're time walking them. In every scenario, if you hit 1, it's okay, because they have to put an energy onto that Pokemon, unless they have all the energies in the world already. And if it hits 2, you basically win the game on the spot, unless you got Misty flipped into oblivion.
I don't think that's true. All I'm doing, at best, is stalling, and unless I have a winning position, which is hard to get against Darkrai Giratina, I don't want it. I can see that mid-game or late-game, it could be good if I already have a setup. But I think the opportunity of messing with a setup for a non-Giratina Darkrai deck is too high. Now, if you're saying you should run it on Giratina Darkrai itself, maybe. But then you're fighting mostly Meows when you're going to have the most trouble, where it's least useful. So, I feel like I can't imagine a deck that can afford the opportunity cost of running 2 Team Rocket Grunts. I just can't picture a deck that would succeed.
So, I have one more point to, I guess,
All
bring
right.
up.
After this game, we'll go back to it.
Okay.
Alright, so it looks like Toby's
We
final
have-
opponent is in a pretty good position.
Yeah, and looks like Toby's just conceding.
Hard bricked. They just didn't draw the cards. There was nothing they could do.
Yeah, nothing on the bench. Nothing.
And this is the last
So-
round before elimination. So Toby is probably already locked in, to be fair, as top seed. I don't know if it's even possible for them to lose it.
Yeah, I don't think there is a way for them to lose it either.
So this matters less for Toby and more for Toby's opponent.
Mm-hmm. All right, but very quickly.
Okay. Quick, yeah.
The last tournament before Nuggy's Invitationals, he didn't know Shining Revelry was coming out, so he made the formats in advance. And the last format was mythicals and legendaries only, and like starters. So every matchup was Giratina Darkrai versus Giratina Darkrai. You know how many TRGs were played?
Okay.
And how many times that won them games?
Okay, I actually agree with it though, if every matchup is going to be that mirror. I agree with it in that mirror.
I mean, 90% of Master Ball is that mirror.
It's not.
I've seen, well, I haven't been to Master Ball, but that's what I've been told by Nuggy when he was playing in Master Ball, that 90% of the games he's played was against Giratina Darkrai.
A lot of the games are Giratina Darkrai. I can see that. If you are very, very confident you will mostly fight that mirror, then I agree with you. I agree with Rocket Grunt, maybe even to a point. My disagreement comes from the assumption that that mirror is not going to be the only thing you're fighting. So I agree with you there. I agree with you on that point.
It also kind of shuts down Zard, but that's another story. We got a Carnivine here. About to do 50 damage. Yeah. Right? No, he doesn't even have an Arceus.
Yeah, so right? It's only going to be 20. Ah.
Oh, there it is.
Yep.
Never mind. I spoke it into existence. My fault,
yes.
Toby.
You know, you say the name of a Pokemon and it comes out of the Pokeball. Arceus, yeah, I choose you! There it is.
Yeah, exactly.
And when you think about it, in the anime, they're great at drawing. They always get the exact card they need.
Yeah, true. Exactly. Ralts onto the bench. We got a kick here for the Arceus to bring him up later. Unless he wants to bet on something else. Betting on the Arceus. Wants to Cyrus it up at some point.
And just make sure that it's generally in kill range.
Yeah.
You never know with capes, potions, shenanigans. Speaking of which.
Yep. There it is.
It's getting rid of... By the way, what is a potion supposed to be? It's like a little spray thing, right?
Yeah, it's like first aid spray, I guess, from Resident Evil.
I was just gonna make a very realistic comment about how, like, the antiseptic I use isn't really a spray, it's more, but yes, it's from Resident Evil.
Wow, this is looking horrible for Toby here. Toby has nothing. I don't know. That's like the first thing I thought of.
Fair.
Oh, what a draw.
Yeah,
I think it was too late, though.
Might be.
He doesn't have enough HP.
After 20, that's not... It could be enough, if you're lucky.
Arceus' opponent's benched? Or... Your bench.
Your bench. So if Arceus draws one more Pokemon that they can play on the bench, they're good. If not, it won't KO. Unless they have red.
Yeah, so he has two outs, a Pokemon or a red. There's a Pokemon. GG's.
Yeah. Wow, we're watching Toby get swept.
Yeah, that's to be expected. You wanna lose this round instead of the first elimination round.
Yeah.
Because imagine going undefeated and just losing the first elimination round.
Yeah, imagine that. It's never happened to
Yeah.
me.
Oh, has it?
Did you see the last LLL tournament before this?
I have not. No, I didn't actually. Were you were you undefeated and then lost the first elimination round?
I
Huh?
had the misfortune of fighting my mirror in the first elimination round. We were
Oh,
the
that's
only
so
two
sad.
people playing the deck. And I bricked against my mirror match.
That's so sad. All right. Do we want to watch? We can watch Prelux.
Yeah, let's check out Prelux, see how they're doing. And this is the final round before elimination, so it gets very serious after this. I'm gonna have to put on my serious hat. Oh wait, this is my serious hat.
What are your thoughts on red card? Do you think red card's a good card?
I would have preferred if it could not be played with an EX Pokemon, only against them.
Mm-hmm.
Accepting it for what it is, I don't think it's a good card or a bad card. I think it's an okay card. It's a tool. I think it could become a bad card once we get rare candy. And once how to put this? I think it could be a bad card if the meta becomes more healthy. But I think in an EX focused meta, it's a fine card. I think it could have been a good card if it could only be used by non-EX Pokemon.
Yeah. I think I think red will be played for a while. Like even if the meta goes into like Charizard v or like Charizard or something like a Gengar or like something like a
Blastoise.
Blastoise, yeah. I think it could still see a little bit of play in like fringe positions, but it will definitely not be as good as it was in this meta.
Kind of like a little bit of staring contest here. Might want to retreat the Sableye, stay in with it. Got a bit of a choice to make. They're gonna swap it out, yeah.
Yep, I'm gonna start getting the Cyrus set up or not. Or okay, I thought he touched the Carnivine for some reason.
Yeah, just getting a little chip damage on that Arceus. It's something we've seen these lead kickers do. Toby's been doing it a lot. Because you never know if they're going to run Cape on it. You know, you never know if they're going to, like, withdraw energy, do something weird to your Gallade. Right, so it's just good to get that damage down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. And, like, worst case scenario, you kick it twice and then you don't have to worry about it for the rest of the game because you know you will draw Cyrus at some point.
And also, just by putting it in that range, it's in Marshadow range now. So if Arceus somehow, like, X-Speed Retreat came in, knocked out Hitmonlee, and you're not ready for Gallade yet, you Marshadow and win.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's at that point where he can't come in with the Arceus until that Marshadow or like he can't come in with Arceus at all until the Farfetch goes down, so that he can at least get a free attack with the Arceus.
Yeah, not
Wow,
wanting to
this
give
is
up
a
that
rough
prize
matchup.
point.
This is a rough matchup for Arceus right now. You see, when Gallade actually draws his cards, unlike Toby, um, it does that. It's a checkmate position. It looks like from here.
Ah, Discord, what are you doing? There we go.
Actually, we could get a little bit weird here. Actually, no. You just one-shot this Carnivine with Gallade.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so.
you just one-shot this Carnivine with Gallade. Because even if he has something to bring out something in the back, it would only go up to 2 points.
I think so, yeah. They're thinking about it, though. And this is Prelux. You know, Prelux is going to take their time until they've checked every possible future. It's like, you know, Doctor Strange. Like, all right, I've explored 10,000 possible quantum futures. This is the one we win in. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly. He's our Doctor Strange. That was really Doctor Strange, that play.
I think so, yeah. Why? Why is it Marshadow?
Why Marshadow?
We're just gonna see.
Oh, there's the Sabrina. And now that either gives him a free Mon or puts Gallade into Arceus range.
Yeah, I don't know if they were reading the possible futures right.
He wanted to play it extra safe, I guess. I don't know. But now he dies to Cyrus.
Yeah. That sometimes being too safe is a little too dangerous.
Yeah. That's what my mama always told me. My mama once said, "Life's like a box of chocolates. You can't play it too safe." You know?
I don't quite know what to say.
Forrest Gump, anybody?
I got Forrest Gump. I just I think you modified the quote a little. I'm not sure.
Nah, it can't be.
There's
Another
quite a lot of
Arceus on the
ponies.
bench. Yeah.
No.
Oh my God! Team Rocket
Wow.
run for 2. Team
Wow.
Rocket run for 2 right now. I swear to God. What was that about Team Rocket Run being bad? Huh?
That was unusually lucky, and you know it.
All he had to do was win 2 flips.
It's about averages. It's about averages, I tell you.
That was slightly above average. And that's GG's.
I can't believe that just happened.
I told you, if they win 2 flips, they win the game.
Somehow, as soon as I saw Rocket Grunt, I'm like, you willed this into existence.
That's crazy. Why can't my Rocket Grunts do that? That's crazy.
The confession.
Well, it's like every single time I see a Rocket Grunt in tournament, it's the best card in the game. But every time I use Rocket Grunt, I get nothing. It's like every time I use Misty, I get 0 as well. Like, my luck is so bad.
Yeah, you've got to become friends with the card. It's something I've realized. I used to have awful luck with Misty. It would always get tails. Then I just played several hundred games with Misty, and now it works occasionally.
Yeah, that's fair.
The weird thing is, though, it like 10 flips, 9 flips, a million flips, whatever, 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0
Yeah,
4 4 4 4 4 0 0 0 0. It like comes in waves. It's like you'd think it would be more evenly distributed, but no.
Wow, what a game.
Yeah, I didn't see that coming. Team
Yeah,
Rocket.
I didn't even know he had it in the deck.
It would be 10 out of 10 funny if we find out it wasn't in the list.
Imagine. And they're just fighting on Limitless about it right now.
That would be pretty funny. There's no
They
way
just threw
that's
it in the
real.
list
There's
because of
no
our
way.
debate.
Wait, hold on. Who was Prelix fighting?
Prelux.
Oh, Ishan. That was Ishan.
Oh, it was? Oh, no.
Let me see.
And Ishan is 4-2 now, and he's going to Top Cut.
Yeah, and it is in the list.
Ishan sadly cannot stream, but we'll probably see him.
Okay.
Because, like, I know some people's internet are, like, below bad. So, we can understand that. That was like karmic justice, what just happened there.
Yeah, I was karmic something.
I got God on my side.
Well, you have Team Rocket on your side at the very least.
True.
You got
Geo
the
and all
Mafia.
of his mates. Yeah.
Alright, so that was the final round robin round. Let's take a look at Limitless and see where everything sits.
Take a look at the. Oh wait, the standings don't update until next round starts.
Yeah, that's... Give me a sec, I'm instructing my... I need to get an ad blocker. It's like, I don't have one on principle because I want websites to be properly funded. But in situations like this...
Wait, Winter Sun is streaming, and he's the last game.
Okay, we can check them out.
Alright.
Let me just do this first. Actually, I'm probably gonna have to do it again when I refresh. What? Where'd the thing go? Yeah, there we go. Alright, we're gonna check out Winter Sun.
Winter Sun, deafen thyself. Actually, I'll do it for you.
I'm just holding off on narrating until we get Winter Sun deafened so I'm not in their ear.
Yeah, you're good. Deafen. There we go. Alright. We got a
Jinx,
Meow B.
you have to turn into a psychic Pokemon.
We got Meow B versus Glade. I think this is Meow B's best matchup. Because Glade doesn't one-shot either of them without extra help. And B can make it so he can't attach energy to the second Curlia on the bench.
Yeah. I mean, Meow B is kind of designed to go up against, like, Giratina, for example, but this is still pretty good.
Yeah.
Though, arguably, the Hitmonlee makes it a little hard.
Most definitely. Very hard. Winter does have a really good hand, though.
Yeah. I actually can't see
Pretty-
that hand.
Pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. Thinking about just switching into the Meow. Does do that. Because, Cyrus doesn't exist. It can't hurt you if it doesn't exist. Does play the red. That's 150 to the boy.
That's gonna
20
go on.
damage left. Yeah. Where it gets kind of wacky is if Oh, never mind. GG's. I was gonna say where it gets kind of wacky is if he switches out and starts um kicking.
Well, the Cyrus apparently can hurt you if it doesn't exist because there's Sabrina.
Yeah, Serena's just a better card, I guess.
Top tier.
Yeah, top tier for a reason.
Was that the final of the final rounds? Is
Yeah, that was the last of the round 6.
all right. Let's take a look at these standings. They're not refreshing. Why aren't they refreshing? Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
we gotta wait until the next round starts.
Waiting, but I'm
Um,
impatient. All right, I'll just read off stuff right now. So it looks like Pish, Ryojo, and Uprise have all dropped, meaning there are only 12 people left, but only 8 of them will be able to move on to the finals.
okay, take a look at the standings.
Ah, perfect. All right. Uh, you've activated my trap card. The standings. As soon as I can figure out how to get rid of these ads again. I need an ad blocker. I'm gonna get an ad blocker. Darn it, grumble, grumble, ad, grumble. Be gone,
Wow, the Froggy
HTML.
X guy made it.
Ooh. Let me take a look.
He was like 1-3 at first, so he won 2 straight to make it.
Nice. All right, so our top 8 is SRGIW, who, wow, surpassed Toshi with 5 and 1. Let's go. Toby, sorry. Toby also 5 and 1. Those two are going to be the top players. Then we have Ishan, who came in third with the Snorlax Greninja deck. I love that. X Desti, we didn't see as much of them. MTG, 4 and 2, 4 and 2. And then we have 3 people who went even. Dark Frog. Oh, Frog made it! Frog X made it! Let's go! Frog X representing. And Dadzai, who also snuck through. Winter Sun, despite winning that game, unfortunately is not going to be moving on. Prelux got eliminated too. Wow. Tough
Yeah, he
competition.
was. Yeah, he was winning like everything at one point for a long time. So I'm surprised him going out early in
Yeah,
this tournament.
Prelux is good. You got to remember, like, this tournament is a little bit weird. It's a different format every game. And on top of that, it's like an unusual number of players. You can't predict the meta as easily. So like a lot of the things that Prelux might be really good at maybe aren't as represented in this format, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Um, let's let's look at the frog guy first.
Oh, they're beginning. All right.
Yeah, I think the top cut has started.
Let's check out Froggy X. Yeah. Hide Limitless. Okay. Good to go. All right, so this is the finals. This is top 8. You know, you either win or you go home at this point. There's no more do-overs. There's no more rounding the robins. It all comes down to this.
I'm ready for this, man. We've been waiting for this top all day, and I'm excited to see who's gonna take it all home.
Yeah. Do you think there's gonna be another Team Rocket Grunt played?
Probably, yeah. I mean, the guy that won against Toby probably made it, so
Yeah, Ishan. Ishan made it. Was
yeah,
that Ishan?
so
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was Ishan. Yeah. Mm.
I'm excited to see if some of these less than meta decks manage to get through.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that too, especially Ishan's deck.
Mm-hmm.
Frog Guy versus Toby in this round here. We got the fridge magnet.
I should specify we're spectating Frog GG's. as opposed to Toby. Toby's on the other side, which is a little flip because we've been watching Toby.
This entire time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much.
Yeah. He's just been reliable. He's our guy.
Toby's been streaming the most reliably, so that's kind of the reason we've been following them, and certainly not any bias on Travis' part.
Mm-mm. Nope, never biased.
Never,
Never. Could
never, never,
could
never.
not be me. Um,
Discord. There we go.
Pokeball for a second Magnemite. And then research got pretty much nothing there. Um, good play putting the cape onto the Magnemite so that it doesn't die to a Giovanni. Just
Hmm.
charging in 420 here. It is a pretty poor start. You kind of want different cards on the bench as well. He's probably also running Skarmory. It's Skarmory Zone versus Skarmory Zone probably. And he just didn't draw the not the Magnemite, the Skarmories. So
There's a lot of metal. There's a lot of steel. There's some birds and some magnets. It's a very weird combination of things you wouldn't normally find in your miscellaneous sock drawer.
yeah, it's like the magnets are attracted to the birds. Like how the birds are not real and are just like drones, you know? Hey, there's a Skarmory glossing over what I just said.
Yes,
Um,
glossing over what you just said.
thinking about professors researching to draw two and finding what? I don't know. I don't know what he's looking to find here.
Well, you kind of want an evolution at this point. I mean, you want Magneton, try to
Yeah,
get to Magnezone, and then sweep. And if you could do that before your opponent, you're good.
yeah, but he doesn't. He finds two helmets,
Well,
which helps the Skarmory battle, but it doesn't help the long run.
you know, it just occurred to me.
Hmm.
A Rocky helmet is literally a hard hat with rocks glued to the top, right? You can see it in the picture.
Yeah, yeah,
Skarmory's head is made of steel.
yeah.
How does this improve the situation? How...
Um, uh, the you're not supposed to question that. It's Pokemon logic,
How does
man.
that even fit on its head? It doesn't have a round head. Look at
It's
its
like
head.
giving a.
It doesn't. It couldn't even wear it.
I could probably Photoshop a picture of it wearing it.
You'd have to angle its head down and then shrink it and like have it go just like on the.
Okay, both don't have Magneton, and that is probably the worst draw he could have ever seen. So, what do?
Yeah, I don't quite know what. You just keep smacking them with your metal bird and hope that that wins.
Yeah, this matchup is awful.
All right, next time you guys make a ban list, hit me up first.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. Well, hopefully this gets out of the meta with the new non-EX cards that are coming. So,
Yeah, that's true. I mean, with rare candy, hopefully we'll see more stage twos enter the fray.
yeah, true, true. Like big attackers, but they're stage two. But
Oh,
all the
and
stage, a lot of the stage two big attackers, that aren't EX they have like restrictions on them.
what are the stage two attackers that aren't DX? Like Blastoise, I guess.
We got Blastoise, Charizard, Torterra,
Torterra is an interesting one.
Venusaur. Um, I think we have Gen 4, Gen 6, and Gen 1 starters.
Torterra is a weird card. It's like
Yeah, it is a weird card because it does a crap ton of damage, but once you attack with it, you just don't ever again.
and it just you can't retreat.
Yeah, yeah, you can't retreat like ever.
You'd have to pay a fortune to the Poke
Yeah, four
government to
cards.
get it to move away.
Yeah,
I mean, like I expect us to run that. I don't.
they didn't. It's pack filler, buddy.
There's no such thing as pack filler. Every card is special. Every,
Yeah. Yeah, you were just arguing about how TRG is horrible
I
earlier.
didn't say it was horrible. I said it wasn't good in most decks. I agreed with you that in Giratina versus Giratina, it's a good card.
It also washes Charizard. It also washes Celebi Egg
It
because
doesn't.
yes,
Mm, I don't agree. I don't agree with the Charizard thing. It has the potential to. It has the potential to, but a few stars
yeah.
have to align.
I'm just saying like if you want to use one supporter each turn, it can't hurt to use a TRG.
I don't know. There's so many good supporters now. Like Iono if you're bricked, right? You want Misty if
I
you're
don't know.
water. You want Giovanni or red to finish off the Giratina. So it's pretty much you gotta play red in that circumstance. I don't know.
Yeah, but what do you do in the middle game turns? Are you just wasting Sabrinas like they did in this format?
No, you're playing Misties and Pokecoms and Oaks and like I mean, yeah, if the stars align, you start with Oak. You play a second Oak on your second turn. Then you have Rocket Grunt. Now you're in the mid game. Giratina is perfectly in front of you. Yes, that would be amazing time to play Rocket Grunt. But I'm not convinced that that situation is very frequent. And we have lost track of the match again, but they've been shuffling birds and magnets, so it's okay.
Yeah, I'm just I'm just clocked out of this game. I'm not gonna lie. This game one is
We're the worst hosts ever. The commentator.
oh, this game one is killing me, man. This is almost as bad as egg mirrors.
Egg mirrors were.
S- w-
I
Horrible.
started
I
playing Yon
read.
Mega. I was one of the first people to switch to Yon Mega. I'll say that. I'll say that. I was one of the people to introduce the Yon Mega meta out of
Mhm,
Excelebi. And I was one of the first people to play Excelebi. But then it turned into that, and I switched to Yon Mega, and then it turned to Yon Mega. So
mhm.
you can't blame me
Yeah,
for that, even though you kind of can.
yeah. Egg mirrors were the worst because they would just play a Rocky Helmet and then with their coin flip and then with their coin flip and then with their coin flip.
Like what happens when you play Team Rocket Grunt?
When I play Team Rocket Grunt, I whiff my coin flip. When other people play Team Rocket Grunt, they're flipping three heads and I lose the game on the spot.
Finally, we get to see something different attack. Magnemite has
Oh my
evolved into a
god.
yellow Pokemon, and yellow does more damage, so it was able to one-shot the
Yippee!
Skarmory.
Yippee! This game is almost over. Yippee!
Alright,
We
let's
can
make a rule that we don't spectate, if it can be avoided, we don't spectate the Skarmory Magnemites anymore.
yeah, I'm down. I'm down. We made that rule way too late because we've already spectated like four.
Yeah, no, it's a new rule. It's a new rule. No more spectating magnets versus birds. Unless that's the finals, and I hope it's not the finals.
Magnets versus birds sounds like a tower defense game.
I mean, it kind of does, right? It's like Plants versus Zombies,
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Magnets versus Birds.
I Like I said, they're drawn to magnets for some reason.
I can't. I can't. Rooting for my boy Toby. He cooked up these insane decks. Let's
Yeah,
let's forget my terrible
Toby might go.
misplays. Already forgotten. I don't even think you did any misplays. You played perfectly. Prelex here.
Uh,
Thanks for hosting. You're welcome, Prelex. Thank you for thanking us. No, we're over here
we love
being
you.
derps about metal and birds and magnets, so I don't know if you should be thanking us.
Hey, we had to make we have to make the game entertaining when it's a Skarmory mirror.
Yeah, yeah. This is how we have fun with it. This is how we have fun with it. Oops, Discord knocked out again.
And
Let's put
now
that back.
and now it looks like we're seeing a fighting mirror, but I don't know if Gweeks runs Gallade or not.
Well, they gotta be running Gallade. I mean, I see a Ralt. So if this evolves into Gardevoir, I will be very shocked and
No,
disappointed.
no, Gwigs,
Oh,
not Toby.
right. I can't check the deck list or the game will disappear, but if you want to check the deck list.
Yeah, let me check.
With that Lucario out
Oh,
though.
he's the Aerodactyl list. Okay.
Oh, right. Yeah, this is a fun one actually. I like the Aerodactyl list.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan. We're back to casting the game. We're chilling. We're hitting this Hitmonlee for 50 damage. It's only gonna kick one time, but it's setting up for Cyrus on the Lucario, which is kind of spooky.
Yeah.
But we could find the second Lucario because we have another Riolu on the bench, so we're kind of okay.
Yeah, it's all about whether or not the Gallade comes out. The Gallade is the Titan, right? The thing that it would be really hard to take down because Aerodactyl's
Yeah,
not up yet.
indeed. There's the kick onto the Lucario. There's the Aerodactyl. Oh, that that's a good one.
Ooh.
Wow, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, this is
That,
rare. You don't normally see this, but this is like the ideal case for the Hitmonchan. It's when it can do 70 damage for one energy. That's just insane.
yeah, that's pretty big.
Like I'm just picturing two
7.
Lucarios on the bench going, "You got this, Hitmonchan. Remember what we practiced." Because their ability is
Yeah,
fighting coach.
that's dope. Yeah, I like that. Um, so the only issue I have here is 70 plus 80 is 150, not 170. So
The
the math
player.
ain't really mathing here. And all the other cards they have besides Hitmonchan cost 2 energy to use. So it looks kind of spooky to me.
Mm-hmm.
Let me check see if this Toby deck has Giovanni, right? Let me check.
Hold on, I'm trying to look at the stream on Twitch. It looks like my face is frozen or something. I don't know.
Oh, is it frozen?
Maybe I'm delayed? I think it's fixed now.
You shouldn't be.
I don't
Might
know.
be your connection.
Yeah, maybe it's my phone.
Maybe.
Oh, they
Oh
have the
yeah,
dawn,
yeah,
but nothing
yeah.
to dawn. Oh no.
Wait, what happened? They had 2 energy and they could attack, and now they're just not.
But
Okay.
that did
What's happening?
misplay, I guess, by the Frog X player.
Yeah, I
Did
guess.
did I miss something?
It's
It
only,
looks like they just put it in too soon.
yeah, way too soon. But the problem is, the Lucario and the active had two energy on it, so it would have got one shot by Glade. But I don't think switching out there is the move. I think you just let it die
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
after attacking with it. But
potentially a bit of an oops, but they are threatening to KO the Mega Gallade with Aerodactyl next turn. If they have it.
yes, if they have Leaf, which let me check. Does he have it in deck? No Leaf in deck, so he would have to draw two X speeds with no draw in hand.
Well,
So,
actually, there is a way to retreat without any items.
oh yeah,
Though it
oh
involves your opponent playing Sabrina.
oh, true. Imagine. uh,
Yeah, but realistically, because Glade's not going to do enough damage, so Lucario's
if
kind
he
of stuck.
researches into, okay, never mind. I was gonna say if he researches into uh a X speed, he could have survived, or just draw an X speed. He would have survived, but he drew another Aerodactyl and he's dead. So that is GG's.
Is it GG's?
I think. Oh wait, maybe not. He
It's
could have
GG's.
survived. He could have survived for one more turn, but it doesn't matter because none of his Pokemon would have had energy.
Mm-hmm.
Because he could have donned up. But yeah, Hmm.
Good game.
un unlucky. Did Toby win game one?
Let me take a look at the pairings real quick. So it looks to me like Toby won um, game one and game two. So Toby's already moved on. Um, SRG is 1-1 with Dadzai. They're still going. Ishan and Dark have not completed a game yet. Wait. Oh yeah, we're watching Toby versus. So yeah, Toby won game one. Um,
Okay.
let's
Um,
spectate. I guess Desti versus MTG. Are they on the Discord?
Dusty is in.
All right, let's check out Desti. See how they're doing.
Okay.
Ooh.
I'm
All
kind of rooting
right.
American here.
What?
Oh wow. I said I'm kind of rooting for the American here.
Who is that?
MTG DBZ.
Which deck?
He's running Crobat Heatran.
Okay.
Our
Yeah, it's exciting to see. This is like a bit of an off meta. Not exactly an off meta. It was kind of meta for a little while, a short stint in being meta, but definitely now it's a little bit off meta. Darkrai.
yeah. It's not. It's no Darkrai to be found, but
No, Zubat. You know what I mean. Off meta Arceus. Arceus. That's the name of the Pokemon. I can tell ponies from nightmares. Absolutely.
yeah. Do ponies have nightmares? That
Yeah, they
is the
do.
question.
They're called Darkrai.
Oh, true, true. You think Arceus is afraid of Darkrai? Is that canon?
Yes. I don't know.
It's not looking good for MTG DBZ. There's a red card. I think that card has been awful from the start.
Mm, No, red card was really good in a
Mm.
certain set of circumstances, which may no longer
Yeah,
exist. But
when you were in set one meta and everybody just drew their entire deck.
yes,
That was when
yeah,
red card was good.
it was amazing. All right, so it looks like game one's win is going to MTG.
Well, that was game two because it had EXs
Then where's
and
they didn't report game one? Hold on.
I guess they didn't. It
Oh,
looks like they're going to game three.
all right. This will be interesting.
No basic EXs here.
Okay, no basic
So
EX
first,
allowed. So no Giratina, no Arceus, no Darkrai.
so we're playing Gyarados.
Or Skarmory.
Or any one prize fighting deck.
All right, all right, all right. Next round, we're spectating whoever's fighting Ishan. Like that's just
Okay. Yeah, true.
like
Did
this
Ishan
is
make it?
yeah, Ishan's in. I think.
I mean, like, uh, did they make it to top four? Is what I'm saying.
Ooh, we'll have to find out. For right now, though, at
True.
least this is a little bit different. We have, a finned draconic pony versus very
An egg.
disturbing Easter eggs.
You know they're like $6 now. That's crazy.
I mean, you know,
That's an expensive egg.
yeah, but it's a grass type Pokemon. I mean, it's going to be great for those first two gyms.
True, true. You can even Erica it.
Yeah, and then you
The
get to
card
fight
that's
Erica
about to
with
be.
it.
Yeah, yeah, true. Oh, that's about what you expect on a Misty flip.
Yep, exactly average.
Thinking about rockying.
How does Magikarp wear a helmet? It doesn't have a.
It
You
just
either
puts it on
cover its
where.
face.
Yeah, you cover the crown, the yellow part on its back. That's what you do.
Okay. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. All right, I'm gonna put Rocky Helmet.
In other news, Carp is dead, and that is sad because if you draw a Gyarados now, this
Hmm?
oh second Misty that does nothing. Awesome.
Well, it's really good if you get the second carp because then you can maybe bring out
Yeah,
more.
yeah,
And in the
yeah.
meantime,
Sure.
Palkia can put up a fight against Executor EX.
Most definitely. Yeah.
Ooh. Hmm. It's gonna do 80. Still a good chunk of damage, but you will need
You
to get heads to finish it off.
you wish you hit heads there, so it's looking pretty good for MTG DBZ because you get extra damage off with this egg before it goes down.
All right, it's the Tails party. Somebody call Sonic the
My
Hedgehog.
favorite. Just like the eggs matchup of old.
All right, with the professor, maybe it can find a fish. Hey, there we
It
go.
it found the fish, but do you really want to play the fish? Imagine he just gets Sabrina'd again.
You have to play it eventually, right?
Yeah, but I would wait until the egg is at least dead.
My thinking is play it as soon as possible because the longer you wait, the higher the chance that they get Sabrina.
Fair enough.
And they've already used one, so.
Wow. They actually traded.
And that's another reason to play the Magikarp because you would have lost on the spot if it wasn't there.
True. Yeah. Well, I wasn't expecting them to trade. I was expecting Dusty to win that fight.
Yeah, I think the
Well,
trade is good because you get rid of the Palkia, you make sure it doesn't get rid of you, take it out, and now if they don't get Gyarados, you win the game.
yeah, and if they don't hit these Misty Flips, you also basically win the game. Because then they'll be too slow.
Yep. Well, maybe
You need
not.
to hit you need to hit 2 heads out of 3.
Yeah, it's, and red was already played. I don't think they have two reds, right?
I don't think so either. Let me
So,
check. Dusty Dusty deck. Just one.
all right. First one is
Uh,
Tails. It's still possible. Oh,
Oh, what a draw.
I mean, their draws have
She's
been kind of
so
bad so far,
dumb.
so it's somewhere in the deck.
True, true. Also, he's getting that energy up so that he can switch to the B if he needs.
Mm-hmm. That's a good
So
call.
that's an extra turn.
Beedrill is terrifying as the Gyarados player because they remove one of your
True.
energy. If you roll yourself,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's my favorite matchup for Beedrill is Gyarados because of that reason exactly. Um, it is looking pretty rough.
think about this. Did they mess up?
So
Did they mess up?
yeah, so if they remove an energy off the egg, they lose. Oh my god! Gyarados loses! Gyarados loses! Oh no!
Mm, probably. Probably.
No, it's definitely because they remove an energy off the Gyarados. It
Yeah,
goes up to 3. They Sabrina,
I know.
um, and then Gyarados is at 20 HP and gets knocked out by an egg.
If they
Or
have two potions and a Sabrina or a Cyrus.
um, we see a Palkia.
Yeah, that's a Palkia, all right.
Yes, sir.
It's not gonna do much, but it's a Palkia.
Wow, Gyarados got wiped by its own ability.
Yeah. I, you know, it was a 50-50 chance, and
You actually willed it into existence. That's crazy. You were talking about the exact scenario that just happened.
well, because it's happened to me a bunch of times.
Yeah, it's common than you think.
It's pretty common. I mean, usually there's like a 50% chance of it happening because Gyarados needs a ton of energy.
Yeah, exactly.
Like seriously, I played games
All
where I
right.
deliberately stopped putting energy on my Pokemon just to decrease the odds of that.
All right. Can you see Top Cut? Because I cannot.
Yeah, let me see, let me see. So, oh, we lost him. Um,
Yeah, because he lost.
fair enough. Okay, so Dotsai has been defeated by SRG. Toby has defeated Frog X. Ishan and Dark are still going at it. And
Oh,
MTG just
Dark
won.
Dark's in streaming right now, so
All
we
right, let's
can.
watch it. Do do do. Hopping in.
It's not looking very good for you, John. I'll keep it a buck.
This is game 2, I believe. Ban list.
Yes. And Dark is up 1-0 right now.
Right. So Ishan needs to win this to stay in, and it's not looking too great. Oh no, Ishan, our beloved Snorlax Greninja player, not like this.
Yeah, and we only saw one game of Snorlax Greninja.
We only got
That's so
one
sad.
game.
No.
No.
No way,
Oh,
bro. Uh,
the
Unlucky.
sadness.
It's immeasurable. Um,
That hits you right there. Uh, well,
uh
that's unfortunate. Applause for Yishan for bringing
very
the least
unfortunate.
meta deck into this tournament. They did good. They did good.
They did great. Yeah,
Yeah, they
they
did
they did
amazing.
great with that flats. Yeah, they got top 8 with that.
They did. Well played, Yishan. Alright, we're gonna be moving on to top 4.
MTG DBZ versus um Surge SRGIW.
Is there even a single
That's just,
person remaining who has not used magnets and birds as their first deck?
let's take. I haven't seen MTG DBZ's first deck.
Alright.
What is their first deck? Let's take a look. MTG DBZ is okay, so it's kind of different.
Mm-hmm.
It has Rotom,
Ooh.
the one that counters the Skarmory,
Okay.
but it's still playing the zone, and it's using a fighting package.
So it's Fighting Box with Electric Rotom? That's cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
That's
I like that.
different. Alright, yeah, let's check their game out.
Um, we would be watching from whoever they're paired against
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
angle.
Yeah, makes sense.
So it's SRGIW, which is Osoma in the Discord.
Alright.
So streaming.
Alright, we're in top 4 for the Little League. Wait a minute. Make sure
Yeah.
it's streaming and just hide that for a second. How do I hide this? Yeah, wait. No. Yeah. Yeah. It's not like it's a private conversation. It's a judge convo, but still, just we can hide that.
Yeah. Just in case.
Yeah. When I hear
Oh,
this,
I also need to deafen him. Oh, he's deafened himself. Never mind.
perfect. Yeah, I didn't want to listen to us yapping while they were focusing on their game.
True, true. Oh, let me turn. What what do you like to do when it comes to watching the streams of the games? Do you like to turn off the sound?
I currently can't because it is piped through Discord, which is how we hear you. So I don't have the ability to do that.
Well, you can turn off the stream the Discord stream sound.
Ooh, that's an option. Well, too late now.
Yeah.
And it's jamming. I kind of like it.
Vibing.
Yeah.
All right, top 4 semifinals.
Ooh, that's some pixels. That's
We
some pixel.
This is what we know and love. Hey, if you're watching this Pokemon Company, this is why we need a spectator mode.
Yes, please.
If we had a spectator mode, we wouldn't have to worry about people streaming in Discord.
And your game would be so much more beautiful.
For real. Yeah, exactly.
All right, I'm gonna start a petition. Has there already been a petition?
Oh, since the beginning of the game. Well, since tournaments have started, so since 1 week into the game.
I think I know what's happening. We are being attacked by Missingno.
yeah, that's what's happening. Yeah. So they both have Kikli out right now. one has a Rocky, and one's on the bench doing nothing. Or one is doing nothing. I mean, we got an Iono from our opponent, MTG here. He has a Rotom, which is bad, kind of bad in this matchup
Mm-hmm.
because it's not a Skarmory player, so
Right. Yeah, that Rotom was great against all the Skarmories. It's really bad luck that one of the few people left doesn't have the Skarmories that you're designed to fight.
yeah, it seems like when you have the meta, you build your deck around the meta, and you either play meta or you play to counter meta, and Rampardos just does it the best. And this Rotom play or like this tech toolbox engine um would lose to this, but he is off to a better start than this Rampardos deck because his opponent doesn't have the Rampardos.
What? No, Rampardo's deck is an amazing start. What are you talking about? They have everything they need. They got the Marshadow, they got the Riolu, they've got the Cranidos
Yeah, but if
already.
yeah, but if they had everything they needed, they would have evolved into Rampardos this turn.
They can't. It's too
They
soon, isn't it?
No, they evolved into the Cranidos last turn.
I still think it's fast enough. I mean, I don't know.
I I mean, it probably still is fast enough, but they don't have everything yet.
Okay, okay, yeah, it's like 99% perfect, not
Yeah,
100%
yeah,
perfect.
yeah, exactly.
The power of Missingno
Like,
right here. They're gonna finish it with Rotom.
I mean, it doesn't do anything besides 20 damage. This is kind of what a based card. I love this card.
You had one job, Rotom, and you did it. Well played.
You finished him off.
Yeah.
Got him.
I
Yeah,
remember
and now,
you
oh,
you
go
were
ahead.
telling me before you were a big fan of Team Rocket Grunt.
Mm-hmm.
You know who else is a big fan?
Hmm.
Rotom is a big fan.
Lucario? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. You could play Rotom with Team Rocket Ground.
That wasn't the pun I was making.
I know. But like this Rotom sees no play
Mm-hmm.
outside of exactly this format.
I
And it
mean,
just got one counter.
to be fair, I don't think it even KOs Skarmory in one hit, which is kind of its job.
It does 70 and Skarmory has 80.
Oh, it does. It does 90. It does 90. My bad.
Oh, it does 90. Yeah, yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep. Forgot
True.
weakness for a second there. I feel like the plus 20s are some of the weirdest things to calc, like Darkrai,
True.
Greninja, Red, Helmet, Weakness.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true. Looking at his deck list, seeing what he's got in store. He put a helmet on this on a second Rotom, looking for that Rampardos. If he finds it, he wins.
Mm, didn't find it though. I guess you were
Didn't
right.
find it.
99% perfect is not 100%.
And now, if he attacks, if he evolves and attacks, uh, evolves a Riolu and attacks, it does 70 out of the 80 damage that he needs. So he's just opting to not attack because he could be taken down by a Giovanni from
Or
his
later
opponent.
after you evolve by the recoil.
True. Opponent just draws and attacks and doesn't get the Rampardos.
I gotta say, you were right about that. I thought it was the perfect setup, but it wasn't. It didn't have the dino.
Yeah, he had like 5 turns to draw it too, which is kind of crazy. and he researched. So that is a crazy amount of time that he had that he just didn't get.
Still, I mean, you got a 90
Um
damage, 1 energy Pokemon, Marshadow in the back, and Marshadow revenges for 140 damage. It's GG anyways.
yeah, it's GG anyways. Yeah.
Sorry.
The Magnezone the
Huh.
Magnezone player did not find Magneton or Magnezone
Yeah.
that game as well. So
And actually, I was wrong. It revenges for 160 damage.
big damage. We love big damage.
Marshadow is like a mythical Pokemon. It's like one of the few like crazy rare Pokemon that's just like, oh, we gave it a basic diamond card.
Yeah. When that set was revealed, so me and every time a new set gets revealed, I hop on one of the one of the streamers that I talk to. Like I hop on their stream and we do rate the cards.
Mm-hmm.
When that card was revealed, I said it was one of, if not the best card in that set,
Hmm.
and I was kind of right. I was kind of right.
It's definitely widely played. It was used a lot in Fighting Toolbox, and now it's still used in the Gallade deck, the Rampardos deck.
I'll also admit that I did miss in that set because I overhyped Lucario and Gallade.
Yeah, I mean, we were all overhyping Lucario. I mean, just like 20 damage on every fighting looked amazing. But in reality, it just turns any fighting type into a 3 card combo that gives you 20 extra damage.
And even that, during that set, it didn't even fix your numbers unless you had two of them.
Yeah.
We
Ooh.
got Heat Ran Crobat Arceus versus Carnivine Arceus. This should be a direct counter to Carnivine Arceus.
In theory. In theory.
Yeah, in theory.
Carnivine Arceus can do something Heatron can't.
Yeah, attack on turn one.
Yes.
And he went second too, so that's also a big advantage.
Mm-hmm.
There's that silly Rotom.
Yeah, that
He's
card
with the
is
silly
weird. Like I've heard
Rotom.
a lot of people say it's really good, but I have trouble with it.
Yeah, I don't think it's that good. It's because like sure, it's free retreat, so you can bring it up after something dies, or it can be like your Cyrus fodder.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the idea, right? You put it out, you can rush down a Magikarp, you can snipe the bench, Cyrus it in, and then it retreats for free, so you keep the energy, so you didn't lose, in quotes, energy on the cycle. Though it's still less energy for Arceus, but in decks where Cyrusing something from the back line is really harmful, and
Hmm.
you can't just Carnivine them down, it's pretty good.
Yeah,
And there's also like the weird
Zubat.
numbers thing, right? Where you Arceus Alpha Strike a Giratina, instead of hitting you back, it retreats to the bench. Now you finish it with Rotom.
Hmm. Iono here for MTG DBZ.
I don't know.
Oh no!
Yeah, they're not even powering the Heatron. They're just like, nah, take it.
Well, it has free retreat, so it's like I'm pretty sure the Heat Ren has free retreat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, with Arceus.
So yeah. So they're just going to power up an Arceus and try to Omega boom them. Uh, so with Crobat, you don't need Giovanni um to win an Arceus fight. but it looks like he's just gonna give up both Crobats. He doesn't see the point in using Crobat, I guess.
Well, you know
Which
what
is
they
fair.
say. Plants eat bats all the time.
True. I don't think that's true, but
Don't you have a little potted plant that devours bats from the sky?
I know like Venus flytraps eat like bugs and stuff, but
No, 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 no. They can't eat bugs. Bugs are super effective against plants. What are you talking about?
oh, you're right, you're right, you're right.
And
My
bugs
fault.
are
I was
also
thinking
the
of the
size of my head.
oh, my fault. I was thinking like the piranha plant from Mario.
Who would
It's
win
a
in a
shoot.
fight? The piranha plant from Mario or Carnivine?
I think that's just the same guy. That's got to be the same guy.
It's just Carnivine in a clown costume.
Yeah, exactly. This is the end of MTG DBZ's run. It's looking
It's not
all.
over till it's over.
It's over.
Is it though?
He's got a red and 3 energy and a full bench.
Okay, yeah, it's over.
I I think that constitutes as over. Yeah,
Maybe.
like all he needed to do was draw a mon.
Mm-hmm. GG.
Unlucky MTG DBZ. I was rooting for the American.
I'm still not sure which is which, but congrats to MTG. Wait, who's moving on?
Uh Osoma. Osoma.
Osoma?
Or S. Yes. Their name starts with an S. It's just random letters.
Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it.
Yeah, I've
Sergio 74144.
yeah.
We'll just call him
But
Osoma.
congrats to MTG DBZ for top 4. You
Mm-hmm.
will be getting a little bit of prize money.
Nice. No, Toby is still
Tokens.
fighting Dark.
Yeah. Welcome back to the Toby Show. We are watching Toby once again,
My favorite show.
and we're seeing another mirror. At least it's not a Skarmory mirror. It's a Kickley mirror.
It's leg day.
It is leg day. And Hitmonlee is just strictly better than Hitmonchan in general, so. I love that Hitmonlee is seeing so much play in this format because Hitmonlee is like my second favorite Pokemon.
Really?
Yeah. My number one is Beedrill, but Hitmonlee is definitely my goat.
Okay, that's cool.
Delayed for our opponent here. Second energy on top of it. Our Kickley gets knocked down a peg. Dark Eye gets 1 point. Pushes up the Marshadow to finish off this Kickley.
I wonder if they're gonna wipe it out or just go straight for the Gallade. They're thinking.
I think they're trying to get to Glade, but they have nothing to get to the Glade right now.
Yeah.
Because it seems like the battle of um who has the better Hitmonlees at the time,
Mm-hmm.
and then if you play your Glade up first, you just lose.
Revenge takes down the Hitmonlee. This is looking pretty good for Toby.
It's looking even better for his opponent because he can come in and revenge onto. Oh, hello!
Osoma is a
I just
member
had a.
of Magma Invictus, our competitive team. He's one of the strongest Japanese players I am up. Wow, okay, that's good to know.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Honestly, I've every single Japanese player I've seen is just better. I've seen like during my climb. That's why I've been gate kept for Master Ball. They're just better than me. I can't beat them, man. But I went on this entire spiel about how whoever puts their Glade in first loses, and Dark just put his Glade in first. Maybe he has a Sabrina or something.
It's just they didn't have a choice. There was already 2 prize points down. They could have put anything else in.
Well, Toby only had 1 point. He could have brought in the Marshadow.
Oh, did we only had 1? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I thought Toby had... Yeah, you're right. That's weird. Then why didn't they bring in the Marshadow?
Yeah, I have this entire thing going on where I'm guessing. I don't know. I have no clue.
Are they gonna back up, retreat, sack Hitmonlee, have Marshadow finish off? I don't get it. It doesn't make sense.
And that doesn't even kill. Oh, they just have the Sabrina. That's why.
Okay,
That was my first guess.
that makes sense. Yep. I'm gonna stop talking. I don't know what's happening.
Wait, what the heck? Wait, I thought the game was over. Wait, I thought the game was over.
Hold on a second.
I really stopped to take a drink.
They did have 2 prize points. I think what happened was there was no energy on the Curlia, so they couldn't do enough damage to take it out because the Glade would only have done 70.
Oh, so they have a Cyrus as well then. They have to. Or else this play doesn't make sense.
And they could be like playing around certain things, predicting certain things, you know.
But now his opponent has a second Glade. Wow, this would have been... I think we're in a problem where people are making things more complicated for no reason.
I mean,
Because
when you're playing against really good people, you do want to account for some weird stuff, as long as it doesn't mess up your win con.
Well, my problem is he was clearly in the lead if he just brought in the Marshadow first, because his opponent would have to bring his Glade up first, and then the battle would have commenced there.
Mm-hmm.
But now he just loses because he didn't bring in the Marshadow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say.
I have no clue either, man.
Oh yeah, Toby did have
Honest-
2. Toby did have 2, right?
No, he had 1. I've been looking at 1 the entire game.
I don't know. I can't explain it. Hey, MTG,
I,
great
I
run.
I think he just overthought some things, and um, it's high stress, high intensity, so he just kind of
Most
uh,
evil horror clips. That's an awesome tag. Yeah, it's a little blurry just because the person we're spectating does not have the best internet connection. They are probably streaming from Japan. Um, so, yeah, we don't have control over that, unfortunately. Um,
Toby is German.
Toby, wait, were we spectating Toby?
Yeah, we were spectating Toby.
I thought we were spectating Osama.
No, we just
Oh, no, I think that was a comment from earlier. Sorry,
yeah.
during the Missing No
Oh, I
game.
see.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. All right, finals time.
Finals, let's
It's
go.
Surge IW versus Toby.
It's kind of funny. We were watching Toby from the beginning, and now Toby's in the finals.
Yeah, it makes for great content.
Yeah,
Love it.
I don't even have to change anything. We're already spectating Toby.
Yeah, we just gotta wait for the game to start. I just hope it's not. Is Surge IW playing Skarmory? Let me check. Because we made a pact not to watch any Skarmory games.
Well, unless we had no choice. I mean, this is the finals. We gotta
Yeah.
watch it.
No, he's playing Rampardos.
Hey, Dark. Congrats on making it this far. And now that we're at the finals, we mess around a lot on stream. We make fun of each other. We make fun of everything. We debate about Team Rocket Grunt for a solid 1 game long debate. But at the end of the day, everyone who made it to the top 15 for the LLL Invitational Season 2 is an amazing player. So just a quick round of applause for everybody who's made it this far and is at the top of the world in terms of off-meta, weird role play. Because I don't think there's anything more prestigious right now being run than the LLL for this. Congrats to everybody. We're going into the finals with Toby versus Osama.
Osama. We'll just call him that. Yeah.
Yeah, not the random letters they input into the Limitless, because that's not. They just smashed the keyboard.
Yeah, it probably means something to them, and we just don't know. But like, we'll just call him Osama.
Yeah, Osama. We'll go with the Discord name. All right, amazing Toby start for the fighting player. They've got Riolu, Fossil, and a Lee. Not the good Lee, but a Lee.
Yeah, I mean, in this matchup, it's probably the better Lee because you want to get the extra damage onto that Skarmory. Second Skarmory going onto the bench. No Magnemite here, it seems.
Might not need it. The pointy bird is going to do some work against these 1-energy fighting types.
That is fair. And Magnemite just kind of gets cooked by these 1-energy fighting types.
I hate to tell you this, but that was not a Magnemite.
No, I'm saying if he would have gotten a Magnemite,
yeah,
it
that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Ooh, Lucario comes down.
Oh my goodness, what the heck? This is the best start he could... Well, not the best, but like... It's a very, very good start.
Every time we call it the best start, they don't draw around Pardos.
Yeah, not the best, not the best.
Not the best, not the best.
Okay, he did draw the Magnemite here. Placing an energy on top of it, finishing off this kick Lee.
Alright. It's looking good.
It is looking pretty good, especially because this Lucario needs 2 energy to attack, but he probably has the Cranidos.
Or it's all or nothing, like if I don't draw it, I'm doomed.
Yeah, he might be thinking that, and I don't. For some reason, I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I mean,
I
there's an
would just.
argument to be made
I,
that Riolu would be the safer play here.
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Because unless he has a Geo in hand, um, it doesn't get one shot. So.
What? No, it does. 50 to Skirmish.
Oh, I thought. No, I'm saying. I'm saying. Well, it only does 40, but I'm saying like
What?
the if the Skarmory player has Geo in hand, it doesn't get one shot. If it does get one shot, but if you
Oh, you mean the
know what I'm trying to
Riolu?
say.
Okay, no, I
Yeah,
thought we were
yeah,
talking
yeah,
about
yeah,
Granados, and I
yeah.
was like, ah,
No.
gotcha.
He did discard the fossil to bring in the Riolu, dealing that 40 damage.
Mm-hmm.
It could get very scary if his opponent has the Giovanni, and he does.
Yeah.
So
Now you called it.
it's almost like I'm telepathic. Man, I'm exhausted.
It's okay. It's okay. I'll play Barry. You know, we'll give you a little bit more energy.
Yeah. Let's see. He really needs this Cranidos this turn.
Mm-hmm.
If he doesn't have it, he's cooked. And he's cooked. Because both fossils are in the graveyard. And he still hasn't taken a single point.
I kind of feel like
And
fossils belong in the graveyard. Like, shouldn't you be able to, you know?
yeah, that would be kind of cool. Like, exile or remove from game a fossil from the graveyard to play this card, and it's the stage 1.
Yeah.
That'd be more flavorful.
It would. I'd kind of like that.
We got a Robe. We got a Zyrus. I don't know why his name starts with Z in German, but
That's kind of cool.
that is kind of cool. But the conceit is in.
All right, Toby takes it.
Our opponent had nothing.
Toby's looking really solid. It seems like magnets and birds is the way to go when EX cards are not on the table.
Yeah, at least for now. We'll see next season if that holds up.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's really tough to deal with something that can do 50 damage from the off. It's like, Farfetch'd used to be good for being able to do 40 damage. But now, we have a Pokemon with 80 health, possibly 100, that's doing 50.
True. And with, like, Rocky, it makes it so if your opponent's Pokemon is a basic and a non-EX, they cannot attack if you attack them first. So, like, it makes it very scary.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, Skarmory might stay for a while unless it gets banned.
Alright, we're on to the ban list. So no Arceus, well, yes Arceuses, no Darkrai's, no Giratinas.
Yeah, and like the worst start for both of them, I would say.
Yeah, that looks pretty bad.
Oh, a Kikli. My goat.
Kikli is good, but there's nothing to kick right now.
True. I would hedge a bet that they'll be playing something that Kikli can do damage on.
There we go. Does Shaman Sky lets you retreat with 1 less energy, but does it work on itself?
No, it does not. I'm pretty sure I remember like the first game of this tournament. We've seen that come up, but I might be wrong. It might have been me on ladder, but all these pocket games are blending together to me. Well, he's using a leaf, so I guess it
Yeah,
doesn't.
and MTG and chat also confirm no, it doesn't work that way.
Okay.
Ooh.
That's why you're the GOAT, MTG DBZ. You took the two best franchises and put them together. Let's see. We got an X speed.
Both players are determined to fix their bad starts, and that's where these retreat cards come in. They let you account for these horrific RNG situations.
What's cool is his opponent used a leaf to get out of the active there. But Toby might just Sabrina him out so he can hit a Cardivine instead of a Shaman. But he decides not to.
It's kind of funny. We were making fun of direct combat Lee because it has to use Sabrina to hit the bench. But now here's a situation where Stretch Lee has to use Sabrina to hit the active slot.
Yeah, true. Because, like, Carnivine is the main threat here, obviously. But you can't hit it with Stretchly. So sad. Poor Stretchly, man. He's still better than the normal Lee. I don't care. Cyrus too good, man. Alright. Still no Arceus, though. So that only dealt 20.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't switch into Rotom, because Rotom would have done 40.
Oh. Energy onto the Marshadow and a stretch kick onto the Shaman once again.
Hey, Ellie. Didn't know you guys had an official cast. But of course. Actually, yeah, we just started this last tournament.
Yep. We're having a great time, huh?
Yeah, it's fun. We've been talking a lot about birds and magnets.
Yeah, my favorite topic. New Pokemon names, new Pokemon in general.
Yes.
Like Gingerbread Man Pokemon.
Yes, Gingerbread Man Pokemon. I'm psyched for that.
That'd be dope. I'm actually super surprised they haven't made one yet. They have over 1,000 Pokemon.
It's a very okay. So Japan has kind of absorbed a lot of European stuff, but I have not seen Gingerbread Men in any like anime.
Okay,
or
make a
culture
KFC
reference.
Pokemon then.
A what?
A KFC Pokemon. Do you know the lore of KFC in Japan on Christmas?
Yeah, I'm aware. You know, the
Okay. Yeah. Make a KFC Pokemon. It's just Colonel Sanders.
I think there would be some litigation over that, but you know, they could do a
I think
collaboration.
Pokemon can pay it. I think Pokemon can pay it.
It's what Blaziken Mega evolves into. coming soon in Pokemon ZA. Blaziken's new Mega Evolution.
Okay, we gotta lock in. It's finals.
Yes, it's finals.
Nobody's doing anything. He doesn't even have an Arceus yet.
Yeah.
It's been like 6 turns.
They're bricked. I don't know how both players are this bricked.
This is the most bricked up I've ever seen a game.
Same. I've never seen it this bad. No, there's one game I saw that was more bricked, in which both players were so messed up that a Regigigas outpaced a Riolu. That was the only game more bricked than this.
I've seen a Celebi with like 15 tails in a row while a Garchomp deck didn't find a water energy until like turn 16.
That's pretty bad. They're attacking with Shaman Sky. It's come to this point where they're like, attacking with Shaman Sky is the answer.
Sabrina, let's go, Sabrina.
They've been playing non-stop Sabrinas. I mean, it looks silly, but both of these players are trying their best to make the best out of a ridiculous situation.
Oh, Arceus.
If you had
Yes,
Arceus
2
this whole
seconds.
time, ah!
Yeah, he had Arceus this whole time, but yeah, he's attacking with Shaman Sky. I guess it's because he's gonna get kicked anyways. And he wants
Oh,
this
yeah.
Marshadow to knock it out, so...
That makes sense. Yeah, it was probably to avoid the kick. That's smart. That's smart. So then this was the right play. That's actually amazing. The right play was to attack with Shaman Sky. That is super cool.
Yeah, I like that play. I do also like this play of rotating out the Marshadow because you don't want to get absolutely cooked by Carnivine.
This is actually amazing. We're seeing both Lees be useful.
Yeah, maybe the double lead deck should, maybe I should play that to Master Ball.
I don't recommend it, but...
Well, Glade's in the deck. That means I beat Giratina Darkrai, right?
This is actually a really intense match looking at it. Like, the fact that they both started out like that made it really even.
Yeah, this is actually looking to be like the best match of the entire tournament so far.
This is really hype. You've got the Carnivine, it can do 60 damage, but they're thinking about this. They're thinking because Arceus is gonna get powered. I don't see Glade happening in time, but Marshadow is online. Marshadow does 120 to Arceus. If it gets poked by Lee, it could go down. There's so many things you have to think about.
I can see a Glade going down in time. Like if they do energy plus evolution the next 2 turns, a Glade will be down by the time Arceus is up.
Maybe. We got Snaps in chat saying it's GG. You think so, Snaps? Who do you think is gonna win?
I think Actually, I think Toby's got this in the bag.
I'm not sure.
Because that Whoa.
Yeah, because they have to hit Arceus so that it doesn't...
Oh, true, yeah. But... Okay.
What? Well, I stand corrected. I don't know what they're doing now.
Wait, that's actually kind of fair. Is it? I'm thinking.
Do they have red? I feel like if you have red, you don't need to hit the Arceus, so maybe they have red?
I'm thinking they have red too.
Oh no, but they're not gonna get the second strike because they're going down to the Giovanni.
Yeah, but Marsh... Oh, shit.
But you want to save Marsh for Arceus, unless you've got...
No. Marshadow... Yeah, this is free. Marshadow comes out, kills the Carnivine, and then Arceus comes out. And since we're assuming they have red in hand, the Glade would come out and finish off the job.
Oh, Glade doesn't even need red. The red was for Marshadow, so yeah.
Oh, true. You're right.
Yeah, no, you're right. I think that this is looking good. This is looking good for Toby.
Glade doesn't even... Bro, I keep forgetting that Arceus gets cooked by Glade. I keep forgetting. Because I'm like, oh, Arceus has enough health to survive one attack from Glade. No, it doesn't. It has a weakness. Man. Okay, so this Rotom is coming out. I don't know what it's just retreating, but... So he can stall the game a bit by going into the no energy Arceus, but you wanna just... I don't know what you wanna do.
I mean, if they have cake, they could put on the cake.
Yeah, if they have cake, yeah. If they have cape, they need red
Why?
to win.
Why was Leaf played? Oh, just to
Yeah, why?
ditch, draw down hand maybe.
Oh, true. In case of Iono.
Yeah, or Mars, a red card, or whatever. But I don't see a move. It looks like it's Toby's game.
Yeah, it's looking like it.
They got 20 seconds to figure something out here.
Very big thing. He's trying to figure out how he wins this game. Because Toby is definitely in the driver's seat right now. Needs 1 point to win. Just runs out of time. I think he realized that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, good game.
It's just over. Yeah. It's 1-1 now, right? Didn't the Japanese player win the first game?
I don't remember. Let me check real quick.
Because Toby couldn't draw a Skarmory to save his life, right?
No, Toby won game one. Toby won game one.
Oh,
That's
did he?
it. Toby is
Oh.
the LLL Season 2 champion.
Let's go. These games in the finals, even though it was only 2 of them because we didn't make it to a game 3, they were probably the best games of the entire format that we had set up. So I'm happy about how this turned out.
I did very much
Congrats,
enjoy
Toby.
watching that Snorlax just eat 2 Skarmories in a row.
Yeah. I am sad he lost that game though.
All right, major congrats to both players.
Major congrats.
Both. I keep. I gotta pronounce their Discord name because I can't say the name they're using on Limitless. Osoma. Both Osoma, who came in second, congratulations. Second place in the Invitational for LLL means you are the second best LLL player in the world right now. Toby coming in first. This is probably the biggest off-meta tournament, the most exclusive and prestigious off-meta tournament. Crazy congrats to everybody who made top 16, top 15. And a big congrats to Toby, who won it all, the LLL Season 2 champion. Can't wait to see what happens in the PLL in about a week.
We got the winner with us right here. Do we want him to say a little something?
That's up to Toby. I guess we could. Let me poke him. See if we can get a quick interview.
Toby, my boy, unmute, brother. And if you want, it's up to you. Just message in the chat if you don't want to talk. We'll give them a few moments. So what do you think? How was your first time? Oh, Toby.
Hey.
What up, gamer? How you feeling, buddy?
Yeah, pretty good. That was a crazy last game actually.
Yeah, that was an insane game. Take us through how you were feeling going through the tournament and knowing that there was not a whole lot of people, but very good players and very good depth in play.
Yeah, sure. Firstly, I want to shout out Big Boy Snap, my man, who won the last LLL Invitational and helped me prepping with the Pocket Chefs team, and it was like we really worked hard this week, and I'm glad it paid off. So yeah.
That's awesome.
To your question, it's kind of tough because like everyone knows what they are doing. So I was like expecting a lot of Scum Zone
Mm-hmm.
because it's like a crazy deck in
Mm-hmm.
no EX, and I tried the whole week to counter it. and,
And you just realized you just gotta join them, huh?
and everything I tried didn't work. So I was like, okay, if you can't beat them, join them.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of those matchups, and uh, I will say those mirror matches are so boring
Yeah,
because it's like just whoever wins this armory battle usually wins the game,
Oh,
or whoever builds the zone first usually wins the game, and
yeah, definitely.
it just felt
It's like,
kind of awkward.
I mean, that's why I played Iono, I guess, to
Mhm.
help me with the bricks. I mean, I also bricked a lot, but yeah,
That's
that's
awesome.
like mainly how it comes down this matchup. It's like, yeah, which Skarmory can take the first kill, and if you don't take the first kill, can you be like the faster Magnezone?
Hmm.
Or yeah, you lose.
Well, anything else you would like to say before we head out and finish up this entire thing?
Yeah, I just want to thank you as well, for organizing and streaming the World Tournament. It was a lot of fun, like this whole season.
Hmm.
And yeah, uh,
Thank you,
it's
man.
it's like time to go to sleep now.
Yes, I need to sleep too, man. I appreciate.
Yeah,
Well, I
sleep is.
appreciate you talking with us and having a good time with the season. Uh,
Yeah.
we hope to see you next season, and you will get your payout soon.
Mhm.
I will talk to you in DMs about that. And
Yeah, cool. Yeah, it was a
it,
pleasure. I gladly will rewatch that stream because I couldn't
yes,
watch. But yeah.
yeah, I just set the VODs to auto post now. So
Yeah, cool.
have a good one, Toby.
Yeah, see ya.
all right.
All right, all right, Sneaky. How do you feel about casting with me for the first time?
That was good. We had some fun.
Yeah, I had a great time. I'm like really exhausted.
Yeah, get some sleep. Uh,
Yeah. All right.
all right,
Huh?
we'll do a little outro here. So this has been the Sneaky Dragon. You can find me on YouTube. I make a lot of cool videos about Pokemon Pocket. Believe it or not, most of it is not PvP stuff. I mostly do like crazy challenges and stuff, but occasionally you will find me streaming and casting tournaments and the like. And co-casting with me was Travi, aka Travidium, from the PLL community, one of the hosts and organizers of this whole shindig. Give him a big round of applause and everybody who works on this. It's a lot of work. I thankfully don't have to do all that. So I have a huge appreciation for everybody who puts in all of the hours to, just volunteer and keep this stuff running. It's very, homebrew kind of grassroots Pokemon Pocket tournaments while we're waiting for the official tournaments someday. Just a big thanks to everybody who organizes this stuff and everybody who plays in it. Travi, do you have anything else to add?
Um, I will like to say, I really enjoyed being a part of this community. It's probably the least toxic community I've ever been in. So that's a plus. And I'm glad to be one of the a part of one of the biggest things for the game so far. And I love the grassroots scene. More tournaments, the better, I always say. And we hope to see you again here soon. Um, I do want to raid somebody on Twitch.
Do you have
I
control
don't
over that, or
know.
do I have control over that? I don't know
Yeah,
how this works.
I have control over it.
Okay. So then I won't end the
Um,
stream until you have that running.
yep. Uh,
Hi, YouTube. Bear with us for a second. We're figuring out Twitch stuff. Hope everybody had a good time. This was interesting. There were a lot of magnets, a lot of birds, but we had some fun. And I got some great ideas for some videos. Sableye wave goodbye to everybody. Is the rating going? Have have we rated? Yeah. Drivey, are you there? Uh-oh. We lost the organizer. I don't quite know what to do now. Oh, this is where the stream is messing up on YouTube. It's showing something that's not appearing on. What?
call me a simp. Don't call me a simp. She's just doing a tournament right now, so we're raiding her.
Who are we rating?
Ursi.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yep. And I just have a couple more people when she's doing a tournament right now, and yeah. Have a good one, everybody. It's been a great time. Thank you.
Bye. Let me know when the raid has gone through, because I have to push some buttons.
It has gone through, I think.
Okey doke. Bye, YouTube.